Dude, let's get this started. Here we are, folks. This is Pro Check Primetime, and today we got a special guest in the house. We got probably one of the top legends in this Uno League who has been through a lot of stuff. And really, it's going to be probably one of the most maybe hyped up interviews to date, as we got KT in the hot seat now for once.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah, it's going to be a pleasure to really get to explore the fans, get to know them a little more with their questions, really get to explain who I am as a person, as a man, right? A lot of you guys don't know who I am as a man. You only know me as the host or the player, where I've either kicked your butt or you've had the privilege of taking me on in a match. But no, ironically, I've met some of you too. Unfortunately, G couldn't be here, Clay, but they might show up. I don't know. I told them to show in. But regardless, I look forward to, doing my thing here, and just Yoshi I've also met. But just showcasing who I am, and, whatever the hell you got in store, buddy, because I don't know. You wrote all the questions out, so this is going to be something.
Yeah, you're normally not used to being in that position. You're usually used to be right next to me asking the questions.
Well, Nam is a great guy when it comes to looking stuff up. I've done a lot of these before in my life, but a lot of the interviews I've done in the past are business or podcasting or you name it. I've done it. I've done practically any interview you want. It's just I normally don't do them as much lately because normally I have a lot of ventures I'm in and I do a lot of speaking in general, but we'll see how it goes on. Audio issues on Ard. Can you hear Ard?
Can you hear me?
Or you can't? You guys all got me, right? You guys can all hear me?
Can you hear us?
Or at least one of us? I hope.
Nam can hear us. Yoshi can hear us.
Okay.
That might be a problem.
That might be Discord, or it might be internet.
Leah,
try rejoining.
Leah, leaving and rejoining. We'll see if that works. Alright, with technical difficulties.
Well, that's not on our end. We're good. That's all that matters. That's an audio. That could be just that could be just an internet thing. That's okay.
Yeah, okay, minor internet issue. Okay, I guess now since we'll get this started off. So first off, KT, let's get started with it. How about introducing yourself to the league, to everybody here? Really?
Well, my name is my real name. My government issued name is Kevin. No one calls me that other than I don't think anybody calls me that. Even none of my parents. They just call me Kev. So my real name is Kevin. My last name, yes, that's true. My last name is Touch. It's
his real name isn't Vince Free.
Good one. No, my real name is Kevin. My last name is Touch. It's a unique last name. Definitely, there's not many. I don't think there's any last name like that I can think of. But regardless, that's my real government issued name. I was born in New Jersey, so where Yoshi's from, and there's some other players in the league, G as well, of course. But no, I was born here in New Jersey, down the shore. Great place to visit. One of the hot spots in the summer. It's summertime, so Jersey Shore. If you've watched MTV growing up, it's a big show called the Jersey Shore back in the day. That was pretty cool. I remember as a kid going to the houses of where they filmed it down the seaside, and it's really cool just to see it. Now, I didn't watch the show or anything, but just to be a part of this area and explore it for the last 26 years. But as you know, Ard, I have not lived here every day of my life here. I've traveled a lot. I've been very blessed to travel and really am grateful for everything that's happened. I think really my family. They've been the biggest proponent, which we'll talk about, I'm sure, in the program. And yeah, obviously, I own a business. I own this league. I have speaking engagements. I did a lot with the podcasting industry. I've won a crap ton of rec basketball championships. From 2006, I think. I think I started 2006 to 2017, the last year I graduated high school. I had perfect attendance for 10 straight years. I only missed one day of school in my life. That includes, yes, Nam, I know you're in the audience. That includes when I was sick or whatever as a kid. I didn't give two, you know what? I just went out there and still went to school. But no, you'll know more about me. But that's just the basic introduction. I've done a lot. I've done a lot of interesting things in my life, which we'll talk more about, I'm sure. But that's a basic introduction. Yeah, everyone knows me for who I am as KT, but as the interview's title says, it's the real boss. So you'll get to know the real boss tonight for sure.
Yeah, and we'll get to learn a lot of that other stuff, other ventures and all that as we go later on into this. But let's get going here with your first question, your first real question here. And here's the thing: everyone kind of knows you as the legend in all these other nicknames that have made you one of the top favorites.
Okay.
But where did you first get that taste of stardom?
This guy's firing right off the bat. This is some damn good questions right here, son. Okay. First taste of, I guess, stardom, here's what I'll say. I remember it was 2011. It was a January gym class day back in 6th grade. Yeah, it was unbelievable. It was, I remember like yesterday. It was 40 degrees out, ironically. It was in January, and we were in gym class. My boy Matt, I could call him up, but I think he's busy. I do have his phone number. But, we were in gym class, and I was just taking, some basketball shots and whatnot. And I'll never forget the day I made a half-court shot. I remember this is young KT, 6th grade, thinking whatever. Or young Kevin at the time. I didn't have a nickname, KT. And my boy Matt goes, yo, bro, you're KT now. You're the new Kobe Touch. I'm like, okay, well, I know Kobe, and that's big. That's huge. So ever since then, that stuck with me for the last 15 years. That nickname was given to me by someone at KT. Before that, I was just average Kevin, right? But that was when I really first started, I guess you could say, stardom. I really, at a young age, was not really a star. I just did my thing, right? I grew up outside, not a computer, not with a phone. I didn't have a phone until 10 years ago. I got my first phone, so yeah, I'm definitely a dinosaur. I came late to the party on a lot of things. But realistically, what really it taught me, Ard, and it's a great question, is, how do you handle that? Because the moment I got that KT name, I mean, all my intermediate school years, all my high school years, they were unbelievable. I wouldn't trade it for the world. Everyone knew my name. Now, I wasn't the most popular guy that would go to all these parties or nothing, but everyone knew my name and respected me, which at a young age, from 12, 11 years old to basically 18, by the time I graduated high school and went off to the real world, it always stuck with me, and I never forgot that. Now, there are bigger things I always think about when it comes to, stardom, per se. It's how you manage humility. It's how you manage when you get that fame and culture. And I think that's great. But to me, Art, the biggest thing with that is, you can be KT, you can be whatever they give you. You got to prove it every day, right? You have to prove that name and your worth every day. There can be times where you can look in the mirror and say, damn, I don't want to be here right now, right? I don't want to be at this moment. I don't want to be at this event or job, right? And I thought about that through my school years, but I always wanted to be here. Now, personally, I liked school for the people and the connections I made. That was my biggest thing. Up until about, say, 7th, 8th grade, I really did like it. When I got into high school, I just didn't enjoy the curriculum. It was, to me, the curriculum, and already, you and me, you can kind of you can unmute here, buddy. We both talked about this in the past about how we both graduated from U2U. I love YouTube University. It's a great school. But all joking aside, I mean, I didn't learn a lot in high school. To me, I didn't care. I don't get me wrong. I passed with flying colors, nothing like that. But I really wanted to take more electives in high school, and I really wanted to branch out to be who I was when I was KT. I wanted to use my brilliance of connecting and networking, because I always believe the core principle of life is connecting and networking. It's not what you learn in Algebra 3, or calculus or whatever. The reason why I say that is because not everyone is gifted in those departments. I have nothing but respect for guys that are. I know Nam is gifted in that. Stingray is very gifted in that. Grim is gifted in that, for sure, when it comes to math and equations. But I knew I just wasn't gifted. Right? So my purpose of that was, KT's gifted in the touch, man. Yeah, the Midas touch, the magic touch, the pulse on everything, right? I was gifted in this, in from God, the sense, right? My senses, and I always talk to myself, and I always say this every single day, to this day, like, man, I'm grateful for what I did in those high school years, because I took personal finance, I took elective, I took creative class, I took networking, I took all those classes, because sure, it wasn't the AP stuff, it wasn't the popular stuff to get me into a great school, right? And I'm not saying whoever is in college, nothing but respect to those who are. But for me personally, I wanted to go down the path less traveled. I seek the path less traveled because there's always something there. It's not going to be linear. It's not going to be to the point where I feel great. Maybe in the beginning. Looking at it, if I went to school, let's say, post-curriculum, right, post-graduation, went to college, maybe I would have enjoyed it. Maybe I could have handled the workload, sure. But would I have enjoyed it? I don't know. And at a young age, I think about it, that's where I joined those rec basketball teams. Those were fantastic, man. Those teams were, I started as 2013. I tell you this story all the time. 2013 I started, and I was 14 years old. And young, real young guy, right? And the guys on my team were 20, 21, 22. You guys are in the same situation I am in a way. Right now, I'm the elder statesman. Those guys were the elder statesmen. I never forgot the lessons they taught me, man. And they were impressed that I could speak with them at a young age already. But they were, man, humility, right? Stay grounded. Never forget your tree roots. And I never forget my tree roots. My branches are still fresh and vibrant. And, yeah, man, I'll talk more about it, I'm sure, but those rec basketball years were really what helped me be a man, for sure. And then, of course, I support my family. But that's basically how that started, Art. It was basically a guy from 6th grade. Still got my phone contacts. We still catch up once in a while. Name's Matt. Great guy. Don't know if I can call him, but, one day I'll bring him in the watch party or something. I'll call him up out of surprise. Maybe I'll pick up. But, no, this is a good story, Art. Definitely good start question. Looking forward to where we get to start.
And here's the thing, I guess you could say that you don't have to be some sort of major social media presence to get that first taste into stardom.
No, you don't need it.
Yeah, I can respect that, because at least it came naturally and not because, you did something online. I can get that. Anyway, let's move on now. Here, next question. Here's the thing. I know you as a man of many talents, but which talent best respects you as a man?
Which talent best respects me as a man? Well, that's a good question. I do have many talents. I think the number one talent I would say I have, probably intuition. I want to one of the things you'll notice about these interviews, I like to relate to stories a lot. So I'm going to relate to stories here. And one of the good stories I had was of my good buddy Tapir when we first met. And it was actually, I think, back in season 22 in UUL. And I told him, who to get and the lineup, the draft, right, when we built that epic team. And I never forget, I said, hey, look, man, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Simple as that. If I'm wrong, we got your Pez G. If you don't know Ghost, crazy team. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, right? And I told him that, and it worked out pretty well, right? And then I would tell him, I remember, Dream Team. Or we got a problem with Red's. Red, you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to.
Maybe, you're gonna have to raise my volume up.
Yeah,
you can't.
It could be internet, buddy. Try checking the internet, but yeah. So intuition, 100% is my number one thing. Okay, no worries, Red. 100% is my number one talent, and I got that intuition 100%. I can't take credit; it's all from my mom. My mom is unbelievable. I mean, her intuition is off the charts, and I thank her that she gave me that gift. Right now, eclectic memory is another one. I could also remember Tapir one time when, I remember him like yesterday. Rune was asking. Or Rune asked, I think, to Peter, why did you bench KT in week 1? And I DM'd him, I would say, I don't know, maybe 10 seconds before, and like, hey, man, I saw Rune said that. He was like, how did you know that? Right? And I remember Cody's smart, too. He's like, boss, how? How is that possible, right? How did you know without even... It's a natural gift. I want to bring Yoshi up because, this is... bring him up, Art. Bring him up. It's my show, right?
Okay, I'll bring him up.
Because, he has a unique perspective because we met, right? And I want Yoshi to explain some of the stories and how we met because this is what really is the case. You want to explain? We met a couple weeks. You want to explain a little bit how the meeting went for sure?
Yeah, I guess in terms of like the how it all went. It started off like kind of all weird because I had to park somewhere and then thinking it would be free, like a public parking space. That ended up not being the case, but that was just maybe like it changed. So we ended up meeting up somewhere like in like a neighbor's area or like someone that Kate knew.
My old neighborhood. Yep, my old neighborhood. Yep.
Yeah. So I parked my car there, and then he drove me to a go-karting place. It was I guess like from that point it was just KT like making sure that I was all good. He definitely I could tell that he was spending like pretty much every moment making sure that like I'm all good. Not making it awkward or anything. Like it felt like a nice. It felt like nice to have that kind of like I don't know the right word, but it's like that
environment. I got you. Yep.
Yeah, the environment of like just having that having that like comfortability in a way where it's like, okay, like he knows. It feels like it's like he already knew me before he even like met me in a way where it's like, okay, he gets the vibe of like what I'm kind of like as a person, which I guess I didn't expect. I feel like with most people, it's like it takes them a minute to get used to how I'm like, but I feel like KT got that like very quickly, like faster than most people. So especially like as he was driving and stuff, like I paid a little bit of money as because the go-karting was pretty expensive, all things considered. We did it quite a bit. We were there for a little while, but it was like we felt like we did a lot. I think
took you to lunch.
Yep. Yeah, he gave me some insight on like what to do. Obviously, I'm not too experienced with go-karting, at least in that format. So I wasn't like ridiculous. Never got ridiculously good, but like I was obviously getting better over time because when you start, because like my first lap was just like, it was just not good. But then like I started like getting more confident and stuff. That was more of like me like mentally like getting used to it and stuff. But like KT also like be also like, letting me know tips and stuff. Just like kind of like, listening to me, and also being funny at the same time. And then yeah, we went out to lunch. We were there for a while, so it's like we just went somewhere close. He bought me lunch as well, and yeah, I mean, it all felt pretty smooth. I like it didn't feel like there was any like nothing crazy happened. Like we just kind of like had fun, and uh, it was just one of those days where like I I enjoyed it. I felt like I did something, and he really like, yeah, like I felt welcomed, and I felt um you know like I felt like I was taken care of in a sense. It was definitely nice. And I definitely look forward to when we meet again and do something. I know he suggested mini golf. That's more up my alley in comparison to go karting. So um, I'm sure we'll do that eventually. But yeah, I mean the experience overall. I guess it. I guess, and I feel like we both learned about each other a little bit more. We didn't go too deep into anything. He just, he asked me a couple things. I answered him, uh, and then, you know, uh, I feel like when you meet me, it's like I feel like it may look like I'm not interested. Like sometimes I'm not great. Like I like looking at someone's face all the time when talking, like with eye contact, like that. But I feel like I wasn't. He like Casey never like mentioned it in like a. I feel like most people would mention that in like a negative tone, but he didn't even mention it. I feel like he kind of like knew. That's just kind of how I talk and stuff. Which I actually kind of liked, because it made me feel like it wasn't like a bad thing to do that. Um, it's just kind of like a trend I usually have. Like I sometimes don't look at people's faces when I talk, which it doesn't mean that I don't care. It's just that's just how I am. Just simple things like that, I feel like I appreciate a lot. Uh, and usually when I have a good day with someone, I like to message them afterward, like, oh, I had like just as appreciation. I did that with KT as well. So
Yeah.
it was definitely a good day. I enjoyed it.
No, I appreciate it. So that's definitely intuition. But another thing too is just improvisation, man. I felt like in that moment I was thinking, let's bring these people up, right? Bring Yoshi up. We just met recently. Get it from the first hand perspective. I want everyone to feel like a family, man. You know what I'm saying? That's the most important thing to me. Is this league is great. Obviously, I took care of you. I've taken care of G, Clay, J Money. I've taken care of all these people in real life, and I want to make sure the right person is taken care of at the end of the day. Right? When Pac won, he got some sunglasses. He won. Nick's not here. I hooked him up with stuff when he won a tournament. I've hooked up Leah. I've hooked up other people as well. Alan, I've hooked up in the past. It's important in me to bring that family environment from what I was born with to the people that may not have that. Right? Every day, before I go to bed, I think, like, damn, I'm grateful, because at the end of the day, there is not a lot of people out there that can do that has that intuition, that has that respect for the culture and the game, whether it be the game of life or another person. So that's the number one thing I would say for sure is my intuition and the family aspect of it. Those two things are 100% my hidden talents. More than just, playing basketball or throwing a football or, doing some magic card tricks. Those are great, but to me, those are just substance. That's not the meat and potatoes of what a person actually can do. As Yoshi mentioned, I could care less if he looked at me or not. We were enjoying the moment, right? I understood from the get-go. No need to ask personal questions. What's the point? Today is great. Tomorrow we don't know. Right? I told this to Red when he messed up. I said, man, every day's a gift. We'll get to your fan mail, right? When I first met Nam, I said you're gonna be a stud, man. I remember saying that. I just got a feeling, right? He's done some great things in this league. Luke as well. I talked to him. I told him how he's going to make a run this year in D2 on the pod, and I nothing but sing his praises the whole year. Those are just some examples, Art. In real life, though, it's always intuition. That's number one. And you want to talk about the story when I first met you? If you go ahead. I mean, we had the story, 7 years ago when you were going through some stuff, and I told you who I was, and I got you through some tough things. You want to tell the audience? Go ahead, man.
Oh, yeah. Jeez, man. I got to remember this because it's 7 years ago. It just blows my mind, first off, to think it's been that long.
Welcome to see Tagoe. Appreciate you.
But yeah, just a thing. I think during that time, 7 years ago, I think we're talking, 2000, what was it, 18? I think we're talking somewhere around there, and
18, yep.
Man, just I I'm kind of trying to remember this because again, here's the thing, I'll say this. Sometimes when I have trouble paths, I kind of want to forget them. But I think you and I sort of met up just back during those days when and this is talking like a long time ago, back in Victory Lane server days. And I'm still trying. I think I had like a rough patch, like one of those rough days that I was just like, sort of down in the dumps, and I just didn't feel that great. I'm thinking that's what I remember. Again, I'm kind of one of those sorts of people that when I have a certain bad day, I kind of want to forget about. But I think you connected with me via DMs.
Yes.
And then we were kind of just talking around, talking about stuff, and then I think after a while we kind of sort of started connecting.
Yeah,
Again,
yeah. The real story with that, you were going through a crazy rough patch. I mean, 7 years ago, you were job stuff was back in high school. You know what you wanted to do, right? And I don't want to spoil none of it because I know there's some questions about that tonight. But yeah, it was just a rough patch. Let's call it that. Appreciate you, man, Alan. Thank you, brother. Yeah, no, I know. Well, I'll probably mention you at some point with your stuff as well. Like I said, there's going to be a bunch of stuff here tonight.
But yeah, I was dealing with a tough patch. I think I was kind of getting near the later half of my high school days. I think almost about it. I think it was either my sophomore year or my junior year, one of those 2 years, that I was just hitting tough rough patch after rough patch after rough patch every single day. It was just like, oh my goodness. And yeah, you could probably continue on with the story, but I wanted
the story, like I said, eclectic memory. Memory really I got from really just from my dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mom and dad. They've given me a lot, and they gave me a lot of tools to really just execute, which is great. But partially after that, they can give you the tools, but you got to make sure you do the work. But yeah, back to the story. I just had an intuition, man. You felt like a family guy, and I knew your story a lot. And like everyone here, I wanted to treat everyone like a relative. And I always say, man, if you treat every friend like a family member, it's game over. And you'll be in good spots down the road. But let's not take too much of your time. I know we got more questions, but to answer your question, Art, intuition and really just improvisation, treating people like family. That's my two biggest things for sure.
And I know family, big key part there. But anyway, we'll keep on going here. here's the thing. Next thing is, everyone wants to know the story of how you created this league. So really, what's the story and the inspirations behind the brand?
Well, first off, I want to thank OGs, man. I want to thank Myth. I want to thank Roush, who's not, you guys don't know who that is. He was Victory Lane server owner. You know Roush, but not a lot of people do here. Those guys were OGs. You know, what Myth did with his 12 leagues, I was part of that. G as well, G and Epic. I do remember those as well. They can't be here tonight. But I do remember those two guys as well. And ironically, I just kept saying to myself, man, I want to do something. I want to build something, right, on Discord. Yeah. We'll explain that story for sure. A little bit with the whole Vince. Well, everyone knew it was Vince, right? That was the funny part. But we'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, I really wanted to create an Uno League because this is a game that I played for years. We'll talk. I'm sure you'll have something about the Backyard League. I'll talk about that maybe later. I'm sure there'll be more Uno related questions, but I'll say that for later. But ever since that Backyard League, when I was playing with my friends, or not even friends, really just adults at the time, I was 5-6 years old. Crazy stuff. I just wanted to create a league because it felt like a community aspect I could do. It felt easy to run. I didn't ever question it. I just felt, okay, let's do it. Let's make this a possibility and make this a avenue where people can have fun playing a game that doesn't really require much excess skill. Now, of course, the game is skill, but there's nothing such as eye-hand coordination you need. It was just classic Uno, right? And as a kid, you probably played it once or twice. But the point of the league, really, I wanted to, more than just build a community, in a way, test my skills too. Because you're probably thinking, hey, you started late, man. Yes, but at the same time, if I felt I would have started younger, let's say 2018, 2019, I don't know if I would have been as mature enough as I am now. It's just crazy to say. And what I mean by mature enough is understanding every little detail about not just the league, but people and the psychology of people. If I would have started 6 years ago, 7 years ago, sure, maybe I would have had a successful league, and maybe we'd be on year 8. But at the same time, let's say we're on year 8, right? If I would have started 8 years ago, what would the first 5 years would have been like? Would they have been good? Would they have just been people that I only selectively knew? I don't know. I will never know the answer. But the one thing I remember is when Ashley and Tapir and other people have told me this privately, especially, I think, the world champ, hey, this league is 3 years old, but it's running like a 10-year-old league. That right there is the truest statement you'll ever hear. Because in reality, it is a 10-year-old league. If you think about it, in the heart, it is a 10-year-old league. But it's got the life and the heart of a 3-year-old league. The energy as a young league. In a way, I put my bias into the league. That's how I live my life. Look, I'm 26, man. Okay, I'm getting closer to 30. Most people say, "Oh, you're getting old, man." It's just a number, man. I'm 26, sure, by biological age. In my heart, I still feel like a 5-year-old fresh. Every day I wake up, I work out, I put in the work, right? I do my routine. I feel like 5 years old, fresh as a daisy, ready to go, ready to roll. As Daniel Village joins, appreciate you, buddy. Popping in here. I feel fresh, man. You know, I don't feel burnt out or anything. I'm ready to go, ready to attack the day like it's like before it even happened. It's crazy. But the league, it's just amazing. I thank everybody, man. You guys are really what we do in this league. You guys are everything. The fans, the players. Obviously, we've added advisory departments and whatever, but I think as far as I'm concerned, as long as I'm willing to say it and willing to do it and willing to be passionate about it, I'll do it as long as possible, man. I really do. I don't see a world where I'm just going to stop cold turkey. At least in the next 5 years, I don't see it. There's too much I've done for this league and really just for you guys to just stop cold turkey. And, of course, problems arise, but just adapt to the problem, just keep pushing, man. And I thank everybody. I thank you, Fitzwater. You guys were the first 2 guys in the server to kind of accept the mission, and the mission was not crystal, but when it was crystal clear, it was good. But yeah, that's what I would say, man. That's how my real reason why I started this league is I knew the fans would like it. It's something I've been doing for years, and I enjoy it. But we'll say that story for a little later, how we met on online, Yoshi. I'm sure we'll have a question about that. We'll say that on the back burner. But yeah, the Vince. I'll talk about my alter ego a little bit, probably in another question. Usually when I get interviewed, I always connect things back. But I see May 12 that end up like cold turkey, so yeah, I mean, appreciate that. But yeah, no, it's Tapir, man. He's probably the biggest guy I knows. Christian Tagoe knows this well. Cody's smart. Really, everybody who knows me too, that have got to know me in conversation, or you know me as well. I rarely lose motivation. I don't lose motivation because I discipline. I'm very disciplined. I don't. Okay, round 1, 32 games scheduled, right? You think, oh, okay, that must take a toll on you. Yeah, for like maybe 6 hours it does. If you think about it, there's 5 round 1s in the course of a year. There's 5 round 2s in the course of a year. That's only 10 days out of 365. And in my schedule, if I can't give up 10 days, is it really worth doing? That's how I see it, right? Those are the hardest days to schedule games. And with how the league's evolved and the way scheduling has almost become AP, autopilot. Not Amazing Pikachu. Wish him the best in D2 against White Spider. That's right, G. If you're listening, I still pay attention. All joking aside. But all joking aside, I always try to get things on autopilot, which we'll talk about more down the road. But yeah, that's how I want to start. I want to start for the fans, and I wanted to make sure they were taken care of, for sure.
Yeah, I know how you threw in how me and Fitzwater were kind of like the first 2 to kind of help with this start of the mission, and I think we'll probably get into that maybe in more detail later on, but we'll keep moving on here. And here's the thing. I have known you to be a very informative person. So what resource best describes your information?
Well, Ard, that's a great question. Really, the best resource, honest to God, is 2 things. One, it's the internet, because you can learn a lot from the internet. But number 2, and I'll go back to this, it's just the people around you. Use who you got around you. A great example, I'll give you a good league-wide example. When Caesar went down, who do you think I hired? I hired Nom. I said, Nom, you're going to be doing all this and all that and all this and all that, right through the sheets. I'm no dummy. I look at his availability. The guy's an animal. He's a beast, right? And I thank him for I hope he's listening, man. I really hope he is listening. I know he's not one to speak, and he's more of a guy that doesn't want the spotlight. But I really hope he can appreciate that, what I just said to him, because that's a great resource. I've learned a lot from him on how to be active more and even take a little bit more lessons when I did get my computer back. And just to handle adversity. This kid's 15. He's hanging out with the bosses, right? That's really cool. I can relate to that story because that's what I was doing all my life. I was 5'6", or I was hanging out with 25-year-olds, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I 100% know that story to this day. But our information is the most important thing you'll ever discover in the world. Knowledge is power, as they say. But really what knowledge is responsibility. At the end of the day, when you have that power and that knowledge to do anything, it's a great responsibility. And when you have that great responsibility, it's the most important thing to pass it on. So that information question is great, but it's also two-sided. At the end of the day, I receive information, right? Whether it be from events to the internet to you guys, right? But guess what? That's my implicit bias. At the end of the day, we all come from biases. We all come from different roots of the tree. And at the end of the day, we're not all going to grow the same way. We're not, as I said earlier, we're not all going to grow linear. We're not all going to grow together. And I don't want to all grow together because, with all due respect, if we all grow this up the same way, well, there's a problem with that. We all grow up the same way, great, on paper, but that turns into a utopia, and there's no differences. I read the book The Giver years ago, and it was a utopian society. I wouldn't want to live in a utopia. as crazy as it would be sound to have all this, basic source economy and we all dress up the same way, there'd be no uniqueness to the league, or to the world, excuse me, and to the league as well, but to the world. We all be dressed up in the same clothing, same car. There's no room for the extra variety of life, which is the spices. There's no spice in life when you have utopia. At the same time, you don't want a dystopia. That's another combo for another day. But really, I've learned all my information from people, whether it be business people, father, mother, you guys. People's the best research. Learning from others. There's a reason why God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth. At the end of the day, you're supposed to listen in more than you speak, actually. And that's really what I do a lot. Privately, that's what I do a ton, believe it or not. I do a lot of that on the scene. One of my, I guess, no contract clauses, you call it, or just, not even no contract clause, just one of my go-tos and one of my things I always do is every day I dedicate myself to at least 30 minutes of learning something new, whether it be technology or business or, having a conversation. Sometimes learning something new could be just on a phone call with someone. Right? It doesn't have to be on the internet, just on a phone call, which is on the internet, or even just in real life conversation with someone. Learn their story, learn what's going on. I used to do podcasting, which I'm very good at. But regardless, I learned a lot of stories from them as well. And knowledge is power, but it comes with great responsibility. And the resources really is endless. If you think about it, it's not just what I'm saying, it's endless. We live in a great generation to pick up information. Now, sure, there's going to be a question regarding that when I'm asked about AI and all that, which we'll get to later. But for the most part, there's no such thing as AI when you're talking to a human. Right? It's one-on-one connection. Those are still the best priceless interactions you can have and priceless information because you're getting their bias, but at the same time, you can always connect it to maybe something you've done or maybe something you want to do or maybe something you heard from them you can pass off to another, right? And you can give them credit. And it's passing the good word. And it's what we really, as humans from the dawn of time, that's what we were doing. Evolution has happened. Of course, revolutions have happened. Industrial revolutions and industries change and all that. But at the end of the day, the common core principle, Art, is information is information. Whether you're writing it on a tablet, a phone, a computer, a laptop, a device, or back in the old BC days, right? Not background character, BC before Christ days, just on stone, a tablet with some sticks, right, on the sands or whatever, or some gravel with a hammer, right? It doesn't matter how you do information back in the day or to now. It's a lot the same principles. What we've learned in the human history is, sure, the technology has evolved, but a lot of this new technology is from the past. It's from the OG days. How to write, it's from the Neanderthal days. It's the same thing, right? Talking to people has been around. Art of human communication has been around forever, since the earth was created, and that you'll never get a more priceless reaction than having what we're doing now or just a regular conversation in general. So I keep those things at the back of my mind every day. I always think about how I can learn, but how I can learn from others for sure.
That's really good to actually throw that in, really thinking about how everyone is sort of different, how God don't have the same things for two different people. I like how you threw that sort of thing in. And really just how you throw in the information with technology. And technology is sort of the biggest thing nowadays than it is, and how you throw it all the way back then. That's a really good answer.
Well, I mean, that's it. But it's the truth, though. Not to cut you. It's the truth, though. And we'll talk about visual imagery in a minute, and we'll probably do something here to get the audience going in a second. But yeah, you look at it, it's the technology has been around forever. If you think about it, even we joke with China with the pickaxe. That pickaxe, those tools you have in your shed or maybe in your house, that's technology. It's craftsmanship. It's art. Right, and you have to respect everything. Resource management is an underrated skill that not a lot of people have in this world. We're so used to the instant gratification of a phone, or maybe a text message, or maybe a voice call, or whatever, instant. But back in the day, they didn't have that, right? Or even looking up info, you had to go through a dictionary, or you had to go through your lending library. you gotta be grateful for what we have, because without those guys paving the way back in the Neanderthal days and figuring this out, and the people that have come before us, we wouldn't have all this. So always appreciate the people who paved the road before I came before you, for sure.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. As we'll go on to our next question here, and here's the thing. I want to just get straightforward here with the question. What's the importance of media training in your life?
Well, here's the thing with this. This is a very intriguing question. I want everyone to just close their eyes for a second, and this is where I want to do a little visual imagery. You guys all awake? So I want everyone to close their eyes. You two are. Yoshi as well. Christian, Alan, all you guys. Close your eyes, right? And think about that question, right? Media training. What he said right there. What we're doing right here is technically media training. Right, now open your eyes. Think about it. That simple exercise, that's media training. You're thinking, well, how is that? Media training is this. To me, it's not the PR statements. It's not the, oh, don't say this what you see in the sports world. Oh, don't say that. Be picky, choosy. Media training is really learning the art of communication. That's really it. Learning from the people around you is great, but for media, it can be voice, it can be text, it can be a simple meeting note, agenda, whatever. Whatever it is, media training is all around us. Technology really has shaped us to be better trainers at media. I, at a young age, yes, I had to go through some of that because I did rec basketball. I took media training courses online, not in school. This is online. But I dropped out of them because it's silly. To me, you should be allowed to say whatever you want. Even if it rubs people the wrong way, right? Let's say it rubs the PR way the wrong way, the public relations manager, the PRM manager the wrong way. Who cares? At the end of the day, you learn. Think about it. When you learn, Ard, you make a mistake. I was taught, you learn, you make a mistake, you learn the hard way. You don't get yelled at. You learn the hard way. Life will teach you a lesson. That's the same thing with media training. There's really no need for a long answer because everyone is going to eventually come to a point of, whether it be a job interview or college things. I know a lot of college kids are here, or a lot of assignments or whatever. Everyone's going to get to a point of, okay, I'm going to probably have to go through some sort of training, right? Some sort of media explicative, XYZ, and you're probably going to yell some explicatives. Why do we got to do this? Take notes of what it is, but don't use it as the gospel. Really, it's not the most important thing when it comes to media training. I don't think it's the most important skill to that. It's important, but it's not the most important one to have in your tool belt. If you don't have it, it's fine. You can always learn it. But media training is about PR statement, right? So you guys all know when I do those Uno news posts, that's media training, 100%. It's basically a PR statement. Do I enjoy it? Deep down, now that I can throw my host hat off for a second. Do I really enjoy those statements deep down? No, because a lot of those statements are just rinse and repeat, right? Deep down, they're not fun. They're not really exciting. But from a man perspective, from a KT perspective, now we get the real boss here, do I really enjoy them? Yes, because from a host, maybe I don't enjoy them because it's just rinse and repeat. But from a man perspective, from a humanistic approach, I enjoy it because I'm learning how to interact in a crisis situation, crisis PR, right? Holding my composure. It's important. It's a necessary part of composure training. So media training is important, but it's more how are you composed during the media sessions or whatever X training you're given. That's my biggest thing when it comes to media training. I wouldn't stress it too much for sure. Ard?
Oh, wow. Hey, that was a good example there. And really, I think that kind of takes a step back for a lot of those sorts of people who might not understand the media aspects. So, interesting answer there to go with that question.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I want to be real quick. It's not, and I'll bring some more people up later. It's not with Cody Smart, Geo, or that's not media. That's a media. That's a whole different thing. Media is what you do in life, right? Whatever is going on in your life, where you got to answer your job, whatever. That's media. That's media training. You'll probably get some sort of, when you go in the crosswalks of life, some type of, you can't say this, you can't say that. Follow the script. Here's what I'll say. Play the game, but don't fall in love with the game. You know what I mean? Because if you fall in love with all that stuff, the corporate jazz and the script, you're not going to become yourself. You're going to become a puppet, and that's not good. You want to be yourself. You should always be allowed to say whatever, but at the same time, you play the game. Because if you don't play the game, you're fired. Trust me, I've seen a thing or two on that. So play the game, but don't fall in love with that element of the game. Fall in love with other elements of the game. That will make you more humble and respectful of what's going on, for sure. Next question.
All right, next question is, all right, I kind of wanted you to talk to us about the balance of managing time and bench use. And virtue. Bench use or anything.
Oh,
like
so managing time adventures?
Yeah.
Okay. This is probably the number one thing. You guys got me on this? Because does everyone got me? Because this is going to be very important. Now, Tapir, Alan, Leah, you guys all got me? You can hear this one? Because I guarantee you, everybody in this call is asking the one question they've wanted to know for so long. How the bleep do you make the time for this league and every single little aspect of life? Okay. Here's the thing. You want to hear something more ground? I don't have a schedule. I don't have... You know how a lot of people put stuff in their phone? Right? Calendar. 4 o'clock with blah, blah, blah. I don't have that. And the reason why I don't have that is because if I can't memorize it, and if I don't firmly believe it's important, then I shouldn't even be memorizing it or even doing it in the first place. So, for example, I wake up every day around... okay, you know what? Let's take it from the night. Most nights, off-season in the league or whatever, I like to be in bed by 10:30. There are some nights where I'll stay up till 11:30. But most nights, I'm in bed by 10:30. Then I get 9 hours of sleep. It's a no contract. It has to happen, right? I'm blanking out, but that's okay. Has to be 9 hours. 8 to 9 hours. Let's go 8 to 9. I always like getting 8 to 9 hours of sleep. Now, sometimes I'll wake up at 6:30. I'm like, damn, what happened, right? But then I realize my sleep is just so deep that I'm just charged. I'm charged enough. My battery's good. But let's just say on a typical day, 7:30, right? I'm up. So now I think, okay, I've lost 8 and 9 hours of sleep. So now I'm down to 15 to 16 hours. I account for about an hour and a half to 2 hours of mealtime. So that's what, 14 to 13 hours left in the day. And then I've got about, maybe meetings, sometimes with business, sometimes with speaking of engagements. It depends on the day. Let's call it 4 or 5 hours there. So I have 8 hours left. And you think about it. Think about all the time you're wasting scrolling on social. All the time you're wasting doing whatever. You get those screen time things at the end of it. Now, yeah, my screen time is ridiculously high. I'm not going to lie. It's probably upwards of 7-8 hours a day because a lot of what I do is on my phone. Right? I'm a businessman. But at the same time, and also I do this, but I still have 7-8 hours of free time. And of course, I dedicate an hour or two to learning and fitness, which is important to me. But still, I don't use a calendar. I don't use a spreadsheet. I don't use a blah, blah, blah for time. I just make the time because the passion is there. See, Art, the only currency we have in life is time. It's true. you can make X amount of dollars, okay? And while it's a necessary element of life, money is important. It's not the world revolving door. Because at the end of the day, you have a limited amount of time on this earth. And there's only 24 hours in a day, right? And I think about management of it and how I manage it with all the ventures and time. I'm in a weird spot because my life is like this, Art. There are days where I'm like a 5-year-old kid, okay, full of energy, ready to go, out the door, great. Then there are days where I'm 60 years old, boys. Now, I'm not meaning 60 in my head. I'm just 60. I got a life of 60, retired. Got nothing. It's a relaxed day. I enjoy those days, though. Believe it or not. I'll talk more, but I know someone had a question. I think it was Yoshi, about what do you do on those relaxed days. So I'll save that for later. But there are days where I'll be like 60 years old. Then I'll be my age. Okay. 20-year-old, doing life, whatever. But because no 2 days is the same in my neck of the woods, it's really easy to make time, but hard to make time, if you get what I'm saying. Because it's easy to make time in the sense that you're on your own schedule. Okay, you set your hours, right? You're on your own clock. At the same time, it's hard to make time for other things. While I manage it very well, and I do a great job of that, there are certain things in my life where, listen, I'm not going to beat around the bush. Caesar's not here tonight, but if he was, we both discussed this. The first 2 years of this league, and really just the first 2 years of every business I was a part of, I was really just like, damn. I really understand time management, but there are things I'm sacrificing. And it sucked, but at the same time, it's part of the game, though. So once I got over that, I said I'm going to adapt to where I can make time for those things I'm missing. And boy, did it work. I would say ever since early last year, I started some new things with just some things I tried with managing my time and ventures, and it just got better, man. But I don't write things down because I personally don't believe it's... If you write it down, of course you'll remember it. But if you can't just say to yourself once, 4 o'clock, I got to be here, and you forget, did you really care in the first place? It's a strict standard I have where if I forget it, it's on me. And you guys could all attest to this. Bring Tapir up, Ard. Has he got his hand up?
Yeah, well, yep, he does. Okay, I'll bring him up.
Yeah, bring him up. And everyone can attest this because there comes a certain point where people are going to ask me, "Hey, how do you make the time, right? But how are you always on time?" And the reason why I'm always on time, and the reason why I'm here is I know if you waste someone's time, or you waste my time, or you waste X, Y, Z, the universe is watching out. And those 15 minutes, God forbid I wasted someone's time, I'm going to have to pay the price. I'm going to have to pay the time tax. There's going to be a point in the world where, or life, my life, I'm going to have to pay it. I'm going to have to suffer 15 minutes of just wasting someone's time. How does it feel like? And I have no room to talk because I wasted that time. And I've done that once in a while. Maybe because of stuff happening. Something that I couldn't control, sure. But I'm always conscious, even if it's not something I can control, I'm going to have to pay that down the road. So the biggest thing I would say to anybody out there, whether you're at school or you're at whatever you're doing, your job, value it. And I'll let Tapir speak on this, Yoshi as well, because they've been big proponents of this. They've known me a long time. The biggest reason why, Art, I would say I've moved into more of a self role, right, a self-employed or business role. I remember, like I said, it was 20, I think it was 18, 19, when I had one job in my life. I had one job. I was at a pier, and the hours were long, 12 to 12, right? They were brutal. I was at the top of the roller coaster. I was top of the world, right? They wanted me at the roller coaster. They said, "You're the man. We want you here," right? And I gave everyone a great time. I showed everyone a great time, customers and whatever. Being a ride operator, it was great. It was great. I enjoyed every minute of it. Till one day they said, you're having too much fun up there, and you're showing everyone too good of a time. And basically, I know how the system works. You cost too much, so you have to leave. Okay. I didn't pout about it. I didn't shout. I said, "This is what God wants." I took it humbly. I said, "This is what God wants." I have other ventures. I'll be sure to move and respect other people's times more. When that day happened, though, when I got basically not laid off, just I don't want to say laid off because it was at the end of the season, and laid off. Of course, it doesn't look okay. I technically did get laid off, but I don't call it laid off. It was more a blessing because to me that really opened up my time. It said, you know what, those 12 to 12s I was great. I was making money, great, all that, taking care of people, but I could do that in other avenues, and that's the biggest thing I've learned, Art, is whether it be my ventures or this league or whatever, is time is important, but I understand it as an art, it's a currency. And when I understood it as a currency, and it's all we have in this world, a couple minutes, a couple seconds, a day, it changes your whole thing. It changes your whole life. I think that needs to be addressed more in today's society. It shouldn't be about just chasing something, whether it be money, a woman, or a man, or chasing it, even a dream, right? To where you're killing your own time. You need to find art of balance, and I say the art of balance comes from within. And understand that if you want to chase all that stuff, you're chasing something, but just know there's going to be a time tax at the end of it. There's going to be a sacrificial lamb you're going to have to expect. So I'm going to stop right there because I want Yoshi and Tapir to speak. Tapir, go ahead, buddy. Feel free. I saw you pop up.
Yeah, hey, thanks for opportunity to speak here. I just wanted to echo that point you made there about using your time wisely, because I was really in a similar, not that anyone needs to hear other than from anyone other than the boss himself, but I just wanted to lend my thoughts there because I was at a similar point where I was using gobs and gobs of time on trivial things, and it wasn't until I kind of just sat back and took a look at my life, and I'm like, what the heck am I doing here? I was using my time for this silly stuff, and it's like, games or whatever. I'm sure, the audience here will relate quite well, but it's the important things that really matter, time, family, friends, connection. And in this league, you don't want to spend too much time on it. It's just Uno at the end of the day, but it still promotes that connection between people that really does merit, some time of itself. And it's no secret that, I'm part of other leagues, the Yahtzee, and we got the Hangman, Big Five, Big Seven going. And they all serve a purpose, right, for a different avenue of people. And of course, there's some crossover, like I do the Uno, Yahtzee, poker, all of those. But even though it's important not to spend too much time on it, you still want to dedicate some of it to fostering that community. And that's kind of what I realized, because I was at a point where, I was just burned out. I took 4 months off of Yahtzee, right? Because there came a point where I'm like, do I really want to do this anymore? And then I sat back and I'm like, you know what? Yes, I do. Because I love these guys too much to just let it go and just let them try to figure it out on their own. And so I just wanted to say that because it is important that you take a look at your life and figure out what is really important to you and what is important to the people that you care about. And to try and meld those together and create not so much a schedule, because honestly, like you said, if it's a schedule, I want to be able to rely on my own head. I don't want to have to rely on a to-do list to get me through the day. And if it's not in my own head, like you said, then it wasn't really important to begin with. And I get that there's, the alarm, I put alarms in my phone as well. But it's not that I have my entire day lined up from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and that every second is dedicated to something. I have always been a good believer in that flexibility because life is going to change. Things are going to pop up, maybe you're running behind schedule for the day, 2-3 hours, but then you make it work. But then you also try to devote that time that you have left to what's really important. It's all about priority. And so that's where I really, when you said that, it's like, okay, I gotta say something because it really hit home for me because that was exactly what I was experiencing myself. So I just wanted to come in and share that, and thank you for bringing that up. And thank you for the interview, by the way. Great stuff so far.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be a long. First up, appreciate you, Alan. Yes, what you're hearing tonight, fellas and ladies and gentlemen, this is stuff you would not learn in the classroom. Okay, I want to be very clear. You're not going to learn this in class. You're not going to learn this in online YouTube video. Right? You're learning this from the first-hand mouth story, and what Tapir said is important. What he basically said is a rebalancing there. Yeah, Real Cafe. Okay, Tapir did tell me about that. But I will say it's a rebalance. And I think everyone here should have that rebalancing act. Take a look in the mirror, man, and say, is what I'm doing worth it? Is my time being used in the right areas and avenues of life? And if it is, don't change a dime. Right? Don't change a dime. But if it isn't, reevaluate. I want to bring Yoshi in here because he and I met. I think that was one of the actual topics we talked about when we did meet. I asked him about what's his time management like, and I told him a very similar answer, man. You just gotta let it flow sometimes. Sometimes intuition's gonna take over. But Yoshi, go ahead, man. You want to talk a little bit about time man when we had that conversation? Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess
because you see me in and out. You see me in and out with the commission team and how I run the league. What are some things you've learned from this league and myself and the team that's helped you become better at time management? For sure.
Oh yeah. No, I think this. What I feel like about this league is what I like. There's a lot of things I like about it, but I think one of the big things is the way that scheduling is formatted. I feel like you could have UUL where you could just play as soon as you're ready. But if you schedule a time and a day that like in a way that it not only gives you time to prepare if you want, which I mean for Uno, do you really need to prepare? But if you need the preparation, there's the time is there. But also you kind of learn something with that scheduling because now you give yourself the avenue to see, okay, am I able to stick to am I able to stick to this time, or assuming nothing like important comes up unexpectedly, like can I commit to this time, like am I responsible enough to be here when I'm supposed to be, right? Am I going to remember this time? Like forgetting it, like everyone forgets sometimes, but that's the thing. Like if you forget multiple times about showing up to matches, in a sense, like KT said, like maybe you just don't care about maybe you just don't, maybe it's like not important to you, and maybe it's better not to play, or like maybe not to be in the league, because if you're not showing that you are going to respect the league in that sense, then you know what I mean. But look, everyone's different. It's not the end all be all that if you don't show up, that means you don't care. Obviously, it's different for different people, but in a general sense, right? Like I think scheduling is really like it teaches something about yourself, that if you realize that you struggle to show up on time, it could be something you can learn for not just this league, but also in anything else you do. Like, it's like this is one of the simpler things to show up to. It's not like you have to drive somewhere to arrive. You have to walk. You just have to be online and get whatever device you have. Just get on, and then just type that you're here. That's it. And it's definitely a low commitment to show up on time, and I feel like um, it's one of those things where these simple things I feel like could teach you a lot. And I also think it gives you an idea of like, okay, how like maybe how do you like setting a time for yourself? Like, do you like to um, write down the time and make sure you don't make sure it's like on your calendar, or are you just gonna be like KT and memorize it and make sure you don't forget it? I find interesting that I feel like if you do more things in your life, you're not gonna forget. It's harder to forget than if you're like kind of just laying around, because then you do something and then you just kind of not realize that something you had something planned earlier. I feel like that's also part. I feel like that's also interesting. I wanted to bring up as I heard Katie talking about um like using your time wisely, but yeah, I really like the way this is formatted because not many. I mean, I don't. I'm not. I haven't been in like too many leagues, but this is definitely feels like a unique league where this is how you schedule. Like, obviously in 12s, it's like like when you have a deadline, like that's like different, right? Because you have to because like um, but it's like when you set yourself a time to show up to something, it's like I feel like it gives you kind of something else to chase, like something to like okay, like it gives you something that you know you have to do at this time, and it's not like you have it's not like a deadline where it's like, oh, I have from now until this day to do something, but rather like I mean you can it's like prepare for it, and or I might be going on a tangent, but like that's kind of what I was trying to get at. I think this league is very unique in terms of how it is, but I feel like the little details like can give you insight of yourself.
Well, and the reason why it's like this, and now Tapir knows this very well because we were going through some changes with UUL and whatnot. And he talked to me, he came to me about the things I've seen over there, and we're trying to change over here a little bit. But the reason why it's like this, or the way it's structured the way it is, think about this. In life, you can't just show up whenever. I'm just going to show up at your door when it doesn't work like that. Here's how it works. You schedule a time. You get set schedule locked in. You then need a crew. Depending what it is, sometimes it's you need a crew. So you got to get a ref. You got to get a commentator. You get your crew ready. You get that in a decent amount of time. Once all that's locked in, you get your 24-hour reminder. Oh, my vehicle's ready for maintenance. Here's your 24-hour. Oh, my blah, 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 24-hour appointment. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Right. Then we throw in a 15-minute check-in. Are you good? 15 minutes gives you time as the host or whatever to fetch the person in this case. But more importantly, it gives you time to think about, okay, show notes, prep, whatever. And then you play. It's teaching you valuable skills in time management that you can show up and make time for the game. And everything is done for a reason. And Vapor caught me. He's right. And he's not wrong, but he's right. I do run this league, and I'm not ashamed. It's run like an agency. It's run like an agency. And now it's sort of run like a government with the different branches and advisor departments, whatever. But it's run like an ad agency or a business. It's run like a business. This league is not run like a normal league. It's run like a professional sports league. There's a reason why. I believe in the spectacle. I believe in the interactions. I believe in the hype, the drama. Right? I believe in all that great stuff, the entertainment that comes with it. But the most important thing is if we're going to run it like a pro sports league or even a semi-pro league, we've got to put the infrastructure in it. And from day one, the number one thing more than playing is scheduling as a whole. I have to get that right. And 90% of it's on me. 10% of it's on the player base. But I personally, it's on me. I know things are different in D2. But in D1 at least, I know for a top division, there's a reason why no one uses the game channel. It's all on me. I put that pressure to have the Game 7 moment every time. My Game 7, even though I don't play many Game 7s in the actual player KT, my Game 7 is every single time I schedule. I got to make sure I'm on the money. Every time. Every welcome message, every interaction on the money. It's going to be fast, it's going to be frantic, but it's got to be on the money every time. Because if I'm on the money every time, it's going to inspire the players to be on the money every time. Because I look at this, and I look at what's going on in today's world, I've seen too many people ding dong ditch. I'm talking about the doorbells. Just show up and they just leave. Or show up early. Right? They'll show up early and they just don't have the passion for it. Or just don't show up at all. And to me, it's just a waste of time. It's wasting my time. And it's wasting the art of the universe's time. It's what God created. It's what the world was built on. Resource management. And when you waste time, you wasted a resource. And you can't do that. Not in this day and age. And it doesn't matter if you're 5 years old or 30 years old or 100 years old. Time is always going to be the number one asset in life. And always keep that in mind. So, it's a great question. I want to let Ard react. Yes, exactly. Yeah, people don't show. It's disrespectful, man. At the end of the day, if you're in college or high school, what about those professors that put on a show? You know, Red, it's a great example. And I hate to bring things up, but when we were scheduling a UUL match, I remember vividly you saying, and I have eclectic memory, you know, we were going to play the match, and you were in the middle of presentations, and you weren't listening, man. And think about the teacher that drove to the classroom or had to maybe have a no sleep that night, or maybe had a kid, right, and had to tuck that kid away to bed and maybe had a rough night, and you just disrespected not only your class but that teacher's time by not locking in to that person's presentation to improve your knowledge. Yes, but the most important thing is I'm teaching you this in a no because if you do that in real life, man, listen. All right, you've seen those meetings on those speaking engagements, those business meetings. If I showed up like a fool, I'm getting laughed out the building. And even if they don't laugh me out of the building, I'm punching air. I'm pissed with myself. Right? Because I wasted that person's time by not putting the passion, the 100% dedication in. And those days when you messed up, look, man, I was pissed. I told Tapir about the UUL, and what was the other? Was it Alan's one shot? Ironically, he's not here, but yeah, it was. I was pissed because deep down it's like, man, you're wasting that person's time in class, and I didn't mean it to where it was a bad thing. I just wanted you to learn a lesson, teach you a lesson. Like, hey, man. If you want to go do that, that's fine, but there's repercussions that come with that. You're going to have to pay a time tax down the road. I'm trying to think if there's anybody. Tagoe's never DQ'd. Nam. Okay, Nam and Leah might have. Okay. Yeah, I think Nam and Leah and Cody Smart, right? When Cody Smart gets his time wasted with the reffing duties, for example. Now, he can't get that time back, right? He can't get it back. Tagoe's never had DQ, but so he'll be excused for this one. But for Leah, I think, correct. Did you ever reschedule once? Oh, I'm trying to think. You did have one. Was it gone? It was T2. Someone rescheduled. It was either, I think you played either Gone or Alan. Yeah. Okay, great example, right? Alan, yes. I remember now. Alan told me the night before, hey, man, I'm not going to be able to play this time. You think... Heads up, right? That's all I want. There's a reason why I have a 24-hour check-in. That's your time to say, I can't make the game. Right? Welcome, G. Appreciate you popping in. That's your time to say, I can't make the game. I can't do blah, blah, blah. And it's important to say those pieces and your offering, because that's going to let everyone know around you that you were not only accountable, but you didn't waste time. And you paid it forward by helping the staff out. And I guess Yoshi has a good example with that with Rad, right? I was hard on him. I said, look, man, you messed up. And we called you 6 billion times, and you couldn't answer the call. You're getting a strike. It's that simple. But more than just the strike, you're going to get a lesson down the road. A lesson's going to be taught your way, because someone's going to do that to you. And guess what? You're going to have to own it. You have no leverage, man. You had zero leverage to say, "Oh, what leverage? You've done it if you've done it in the past, you're going to have to pay that time tax." So that's why time is the most important commodity. It really is. And right, for example, yes, last thing. When we were trying to get Smokey Clint, right? Great guy as a fan favorite, but when he went we literally went to the woods and was doing obscenities that I don't want to repeat, when Nam was trying to get his 100th game, where's the accountability, Clint? Going out there and smoking mushrooms? I mean, it's not accountability, man. And at the end of the day, he's lucky because it was the pre-strike system era. But I teach these things because at the end of the day, if I don't teach you these things, or if the league doesn't teach you these things, if I don't teach these things now, I feel personally it could happen to you one day. And I fear it could be worse than what you have here. A strike is nothing. A repercussion here is nothing. A scolding is nothing. When Monkey messed up, he's not here tonight, I scolded him tough. I was tough on him. I said, look, man, you left the man hanging. You left Short hanging. You've been here since how long? OG days. You're an OG, number one player. I got to go in there and drill him. You want to do this again? Fine, but you're paying for this in your life. And you know it too. And he understood. He took it like a man. Brian, same way. But if it happens in life, the most important thing is you take it with a grain of salt if you did it, and if you're the one, unfortunately, on the receiving end of it, you take it with humility as best as you can, but just know you never forget it. You're like an elephant, you don't forget those moments. And you always had that as leverage, right? If Ard wasted my time, for example, he's my brother for life all day. He's my brother. But don't think I'm not going to rib him for the time he wasted my time. And I can use it against him in that said moment. And he has nothing to fight back with. And he can try to pinpoint something I did wrong. Right? And I've done mistakes. But when it comes to time, that's the one thing. I'm always going to close every door as much as I can on time. Unless there's something like an emergency or, something very urgent, I'm always going to be there. Or a technology problem. That is something I can't control. But something out of my control, just okay. But if it's something I can control, I want the ball in my court, whether it be scheduling games or showing up on time. And if I mess up, I mess up. And I'm going to have to pay that down the road. But that's how it is with time, man. It's the number one commodity. I want Art to say something before we move on to the next question. That was a really good call. I'm going to keep Tapir and Yoshi up here on stage. G, welcome in. I'll probably get you involved in we're trying to get everybody involved in the program. But Art, you want to react to that? Go ahead.
Yeah, and really, here's the thing. I know I'm not a religious person that much, but God gives us a certain amount of time. And whatever we do with that sort of amount of time is completely up to what we can. So really, that's a good point to throw out. And also with how this league is, it's great to help us out whenever it comes to that sort of stuff. Because here's the thing, there are sometimes jobs that you gotta be really good on time management. You gotta be really important on what you use with that certain time frame, and hopefully you understand what's got to go on. So that's a really good conversation that we were able to just have right there. Anyway, we'll go on to the next question here. And
hold on. I'm trying to read through some of the comments here. And real quick, Red, I said the same thing to you. Look, man. If you move up to D1 next year, it's going to get easier in a way, because we had, listen, a lot of the people, G kind of talked about this too. We have a lot of international people when we were having our comm meetings post 24. We're going to have a little more international people. But now I feel at ease knowing that I can handle New Zealand. I have Toaster Guy, Fitzwater, for crying out loud. Now, sure, those guys are crackheads, sure. But the one thing I have to give credit, I'm not going to say this is all on me. the one thing I will give credit with the players up here, especially in the top division, they're really understanding. You know, most of the guys are understanding. The average age here, we have, listen, we have a guy that works 80 hours a week, okay? That's Drip. This man doesn't complain. I wish he could be here. He actually sent me a question privately. I got his personal phone number, and I wish he was here. You know what? I hope he hears this one day. I'll tell him privately. You know, he took care of Sandfer recently. Sandfer and him were close, right, in the area, and Sandfer actually went to Drip's restaurant, and I told Drip, yo, my boy Sandfer trying to hook up with you. Hook him up. Drip, I got you, man. Right? That was a good use of time right there. And Drip works 80 hours a week. Okay? I think about Pat Johnson, just 1T3. Dude, your university, nothing but respect, all love. I have nothing but respect to everyone does in here, but I have more respect for a guy like Pat that's got to manage 5 kids, man. 5, could you imagine 5 kids, 5 little packs running around? I mean, God bless the guy. I couldn't even imagine having 1 kid, or 2 kids. 1 I could probably deal with, but 5? And he still makes time for this? What's your excuse? That's me. I always think about those people that are out there busting their tail 80 hours a week. No complaints from Drip. Before he quit his job, he was busting 60 hours a week. Packed with 5 kids working and having to manage kids, man. What's the excuse? And they still made time. Right? And that's why I said every day's a gift, man, because there are days where I know 100% both those guys sacrifice sleep. They ain't getting the right sleep. I've talked to Drip at, shoot, I remember calling him at 8 a.m. one time on an accident in the EST when I woke up, and he was still up at 5, pulled an all-nighter, just to make sure his restaurant was good. You know, what's the excuse? I always think about those guys are pulling it out there and doing the harder things that no one sees on paper. And it's not just Drip. Think about those guys that work overnight, right? And are still busting tail. And all these other things that people are doing. We have a lot to be thankful for in time management, and I'm grateful to meet guys like that who have kids and bust tail 80 hours a week to make a better life for their family. Because those are the real heroes out there. What we're doing, of course, our military and our firemen and our first responders and all that, right? But those are the real guys that are busting tail. We need to be appreciative, and I always think about those guys. But let's keep it going, Ard. This is great. We're doing good here.
Yeah, let's move on to the next question. And I kind of want you to go into the hosting hat here for this one.
All right.
Because here's the thing. The league has seen constant change and development. So I want to know from you, what are you most proud of and what needs to be improved?
This is a very good question. What I'm very proud of is the community and the fact that we have a global presence here. G does the geo map. I'm kind of glad he's here. But the geo map has really emphasized bring him up.
All right.
Yeah, bring him up. Because I don't have that on me. G, what's the G? How many countries we have now? I know states is over 30. But
hold on, let me actually pull this geo map up because I could just get it up right now. I have the original file for it.
There's that intuition, all right. Bring them up. If I don't have the answer, bring the expert always. But as G pulls that up, I'm just very proud of what we built here, man. The community aspect, just the fact that we can compete for something. Yeah. Well, he's from Italy, so we'll go Italia, which we'll talk about later. But yeah, you got the answer, G?
I'm still trying to find it in my files.
No worries. But yeah, back to what I'm saying, the community. 100%. I'm proud of the community. I'm proud of the formats. I'm proud of everything. The Grimland has been a success. I mean, everything we've built, it's felt like a semi-pro environment. What can we improve? I know what we can improve on, for sure. And there are some things I'm working into in the off-season that's going to remain quiet. I don't really know if I can really discuss what we can improve on because a lot of it's off-season stuff, and I want people to be surprised when that happens. But there are some things we are going to improve on. There might be some other things that are going to be dropping soon that we can improve on. But there's not much really to improve on. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I can ask everyone here. I mean, guys, what do you think we got to improve? Honest to God. I mean, do you enjoy the experience? I know league nights is the number one thing. I will say publicly I want to improve for sure. I would like to have more league nights. But also, you got to remember, my schedule is very, very chaotic at times, and the off season will be for sure.
All right, I got it. Okay.
Classic.
This is what we got.
That's for sure is going to happen. Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So we have basically over 35. Was it 35 states? Plus?
At least 35 states. For the countries, also, I think we need to add a new tier for Grimland exclusive, because with King of Pink playing in Grimland, that would technically count as league play, but not like necessarily like in terms of the geomap sense. So I'm going to probably add one for Grimland and have Japan marked down for that one.
Well, because we have North America, South America, Australia, Africa. Well, we did have Africa.
Wait, he's American? I thought he was from Japan.
No, just on the who we have covered. What we have covered.
Oh, that counts. No, that counts.
Yeah. Is this someone from Iraq? Or they just left?
They signed up, but not in terms of this season.
So basically, every continent, maybe Africa. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they're still here. I know that Mali left, but every continent is represented in this league, right? It's a world championship, and it's one of those things that I'm really proud of. Just the international expansion for sure. The world. It's a world championship now. It was not. It was a regional championship in 2023. We did not have. I don't even know what we had. Maybe 15 states, if that. I definitely knew it was just two, 3 countries. It was just Canada, America,
Canada, Venezuela, Brazil, because Caesar joined in 2023, and then I think maybe a European country.
America. Yeah, I don't even know.
Fitzy, Australia.
Australia, Fitzwater. Yeah. That's about it in 2023. There was not many, and now we have just everything you could name. Wales is here, Ireland, we got Italy, we've got Japan now. You got, of course, Vietnam with Red. You got Abion, Indonesia. We're going to the BKK. Can't wait for that. Super League in Bangkok. Well, of course, I'm part-time, but I'm not living there, which we'll talk about later, I'm sure. Yeah, and you name it, Australia, New Zealand, Crikey Man's here, Toaster Guy. It's a world championship, man. I really appreciate the fact that we have a world championship. So, or to answer your question, I'm just really happy with the community, happy with the championship. I'm not going to really say too much about what we need to improve because that's all private, and I want you guys to do your thing. But, yeah, there's no doubt. I think the one thing I will say publicly, as Leah mentioned, and Red mentioned, we're going to try to make the D1 server easier to navigate. It's not easy, and I think what makes this server a little bit tougher than the other server is because a lot of the server in D1 is not Uno related. There are a lot of things that are not Uno related. There are a lot of things that are my CEO corners and other venturers related. And also, there's other stupid stuff we have in here where it's not stupid, but it's just we probably could get rid of, and we just haven't had time to look into it deeply and have a meeting. But it's hard though because you got to remember too. In D1, we also have Hall of Fames. We keep a lot. We don't have a Hall of Fame yet. That's something to be looked into. There's a lot of things we're going to look into probably this off season, and we'll make the layout better. But at the same time, if that's really the hardest things we have to improve, that's a really good spot to be in. So I'm very satisfied, and I know you guys are satisfied with the product. I think the product's great. The service is unbelievable. Grimland's going to get improved, and it's a lot. It's just a lot going on. There's a lot because we just don't have the exactly. We don't have the digestive, the enzymes to break everything down. I hope this season, when it does, I'm looking forward to the off season. I know you guys may not because playing, but personally, I'm looking forward to improving it a little bit more on the organization front and some other minor things. I know this has been the best year of the leagues of the 3, but with the advisor expansion also coming in, you got to give us some time, some rookie year with that and all this other stuff. D2 kind of getting up to speed now. We're rookie year on how to organize the scheduling, right? The scheduling and whatnot with that. We're still learning, but at the same time, I have faith next year is going to be probably the year we look really good. to the point where I'm not going to say it's flawless, but there's going to be a lot of more minor changes to, let's say, medium style changes that's going to make the viewing experience better. So just give us an off season to clean it up, and I think we'll be good for sure. Yeah, for sure. Browse channels is very, Fantasy Uno, for example. Yeah, that we're gonna clean some of it up. That a lot of that other stuff I'll talk to other guys about, but we're gonna clean it up. And I know G's very good at Discord management. G, I mentioned you in Epic, by the way, with the hosting earlier. So these guys.
I mean, that was my first introduction with you.
Yeah. You'll come up in
gotta remember good old Vince Freeze.
Well, yeah. And of course the real life stuff, but yeah, we'll get to more now. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. I think that was good. I think that's a good answer. Lots to really appreciate, and we'll see what the improvements will be. You guys will see soon.
Yeah, that's really good to think about that. But we'll keep moving on here. And next question, I kind of want to know is, what was the Victory Lane days and other league avenues like when you first joined Discord?
Oh my god. Well, I'll never forget G's little power flipping it off shit, that's for sure. I still remember that like a man. But look, Discord has changed so much. You know, when I first joined in 2018, it's nothing compared to the OGs here from 2015. 20, good lord, I don't even know what to even think of that. But those communities were just one-offs, right? You know, a lot of the community, for those of you who don't know, most of the community stuff I'm in is racing stuff. The classic, but the classic, yeah, this classic G. But point is, all joking aside, I'm not sure what to think about the communities, man. Back then, they were more racing stuff. There was some Uno communities, but of course, with things that, you know, were just all scatterbrained, Duckle and Victory Lane 3-2. But I was in other racing servers, for sure. Those are my main communities. I'm not going to harp too much on it. My experience, I think, with Discord was just weird. It was definitely weird. I could prefer now, believe it or not, compared to back then, because now it feels more community. Back then, we were just new. I knew Brock. I knew Caesar. I wish he was here, but he was definitely my number one guy, I would say. With Fitzwater and Uard. I would talk to you guys a ton. Epic G as well, for sure. Yoshi. Myth, of course. But off that, I would talk to other guys like Myatt and Noah Hart. And, of course, my brother Lamas. You know, Lamas and I, we have... Oh, dude, that guy's... Everywhere I go, I feel like he's with me. He's a great dude. I've known him also for 7 years now, and we share a lot in common. But I'm not sure. The servers, they were run okay. I don't really have good memory of it, because a lot of them were just, unfortunately, I was shot into the community and just kind of, you did your own thing. You were in voice chats, and whether it be reveal shows for 12s or race night reveals or whatever, you watch them on YouTube. Sunoco, FBRL, Speed, Arkansas, other leagues out there. Obviously, NNSCRA, Seth Cole's league. I remember that league. He still does. It's still active. But the Discord is just changed, man. It's changed for sure. But yeah, I say I give it an 8 out of 10. I wouldn't trade nothing for the world, though. Those were great times. Oh, well, Alan knows this one. The car server, I got out of that one. That was a crazy community. But yeah, a lot of servers, not a part. Nowadays, my Discord, a lot of it's just your guys' leagues and some business stuff I'm involved in, but nothing crazy. So, business servers and MotoGP and some other small communities, well, not small, but decent sized communities I'm a part of. I enjoy some passionate stuff about. And I share with this account, and then of course all Vince Freeze, which was my main for so long. But yeah, that's my Discord experience. Can't complain for sure.
Wow, man. Talking about a lot of those things that some of them kind of still active, some of them kind of gone away in the past.
Yeah, and things fade into the distance, into the sunset sometimes, and you have to respect the times. What's the old adage? I always tell this to people. Don't be sad and sorry that it's closing down. Be grateful for the memories that it happened, right? The sun is always out every day, Art. Think about it. It could be completely a blizzard or it's completely raining. It's always shining every day. It's just hidden, but you have to find the inner sunshine to get to your next state. So that's what I always say.
All right. That's pretty good. We'll move on now to the next question, and this one might be interesting to some people. Might be tough for others. I kind of want to know from you, what was the hardest part of losing two of your biggest rivals, Ashley and TJ?
This is one of the tougher questions I'm gonna have to answer tonight because I guess we'll start with the more egregious one, right? TJ Smith.
Yep.
I've known TJ since 2018, and to me, to this day, I still talk to him, and I know he messed up bad. I know he messed up. He's never coming back. Okay, I assure you, he's never coming back. What he was trying to do was wrong. It was greed. I'm grateful that it happened, at least, because we did catch an incident with Alex, who is going to have to go on a reputation tour next year, I'm sure. But without that incident ever happening, Alex might be the first victim of it. Think about it. But TJ and I, we go way back, man. We were supposed to start the Wild Card podcast before G took over with me. It was going to be KT, TJ, and forget. I want to talk about TJ in two elements: the player and the man. As a player, he was the best. I mean, what he was doing on the table was unbelievable. All the counts aside, some of his strategies, Nintai, and just the way he started this Duckle League, for the most part, even before the alt instance and all the alt accounts I figured out we were playing against, he was the best, man. As a player and as a strategy-based player in terms of what he could do on the old bot, it was unbelievable. Right, he was the best. Now we'll never know because he never played on the new bot. But from an old bot perspective and just a game of Uno, he knew it. He had been playing for 15 years. He had played for most of his life, right? Just like many of us here, well, at least with myself and some others. But I only played him one time in this league, and I played him multiple times in the past. And the one time I did play, unfortunately, my house flooded, so that's great. I kind of just had to take the L. I didn't really want to do much in T2 2023. So he kind of torched me, but it is what it is. As a player, I miss him. I do, because he made the game better. And as a man, as a man, he's getting better. I've had talks with him. I'm gonna have probably another talk, big conversation with him in the off season, I'm sure. Just to get to know what's up with him. I know he does wrestling now, other ventures, racing he still does, but that is with his old Nurse Scat leagues and whatnot. But he did a lot, man. I mean, he helped stream on my channel. I mean, he called my famous game with G. I know he's never coming back, right? But as a man to TJ Smith, I still have a lot of respect for the guy. Even though he messed up, I can forgive. And, God always believes in forgiving. And I believe in the heat of the moment, it hurts, sure. But I forgive him, man, 100%. Because when he was messing up, he was young. He was just out of high school and, 18, 19 years old. And he was doing all his other stuff in 2018 as a 14, 15-year-old, man. Now he's 21, I think, or something like that. So or something like that, yeah, 21, 22. And he's he's grown up to be this guy that I can respect. So yeah, even though TJ may have messed up, I thank him for the years we've had together, and I do appreciate what he's done as a person, despite his mess up, because he is a good friend of mine. But I wish he never would have messed up, because if he would have just played raw organically and didn't have the alt accounts and whatever, I would have been more inviting to him, and he probably would have made Super League the last 2 years for sure. He's still one of the best. For Ashley, this is a tough one, because Ashley and I still talk pretty much every week. When I saw Ashley in that Uno server, I don't even know if it exists anymore. It might have been hacked. I saw something different, because while TJ was probably the best in the game for sure, because he had a unique style where I couldn't match it. I saw a lot of KT and Ashley being like, damn, this player can match what I'm doing. As Fitzy joins us here. And the 2 years she was here was some of the best battles we've ever seen. I mean, Ard, you were the first-hand experience when it was me and her in that March finale, the first ever time we played. It was magic. And then this past March was magic. And what made those battles and rivalries so good is because there was no inch given. There was no inch given. We were fighting tooth and nail. We believed in upper tier Uno, the classy way. Right? We didn't believe in taking chances on luck on a 5 or 6. It was the most respectful battles of all time. And I really think you got the perfect game. In baseball, there's a perfect game. Well, that's the perfect game. To me, those 2 games I played, the one I won and the one I won the championship, the one where I lost, it was fun. It felt fresh. Now, look, at the end of the day, you can't replace a world champion. Okay, it's impossible. Okay, both players won a regular season championship, and of course Ashley won the regular season and the Super League last year. But to me, out of those 2 players, they just mean a lot as a player. And now as people, they both mean a lot, like everyone else does. But I'm going to miss those battles because, yeah, a little bit of my life got sucked out when I lost TJ Smith. A little bit as a player. And now that I lost easily the most comprehensive style in the game, it's going to be tough to just say, okay, I'm going to replicate a rivalry with somebody like Ashley. It's at this rate, it's pretty much impossible. Because the way I play the game of Uno is unique, it's rare, it's partially down to experience, and the fact that she only had about 5 to 6 years of experience that can replicate that, I'll always say the raw talent was better. Those 2 are the more raw talented players I've ever seen. Whereas I had to work for everything. I wasn't good at this game by just raw talent. I had to work for every little detail. Right? But from a league perspective, yeah, I still miss TJ, and the Ashley one. At least she's still here in the server, right? She's still gonna get her reputation days with Fitzwater, with Cody Smart and the team. That gives her the league holiday and whatnot. But yeah, it's a tough convo to talk about because I guess I can bring the people that have played both players up. I mean, I think Tapir's played Ashley before. Tagoe's played Ashley. Well, Tagoe's played TJ before. Fitzy's played TJ before. G's played TJ. Yeah, you guys, I mean, if you guys want to talk about your experience with either one, go ahead, and the Pro Check stage right there. But I guess I'll bring, Tapir, because Tapir is a little bit more relevant. I mean, Tapir, I think we had this conversation about with the finale when you literally said that was vintage Uno, I think it was, or some golden age of Uno was me and Ashley playing. But your thoughts of just playing Ashley and her impact with TJ, that's, we'll ignore that, but just more Ashley.
Well, look, here's the thing. When I played Ashley that one time, I knew that I knew that I knew stuff about Uno, but I didn't know everything. And facing Ashley and facing this legend in her own right, and the name that she made for herself, and the name that was given to her by the entire league, this legendary status, it made me question, how much I was really capable. And even though I lost that game, I don't remember what the result was, but I know I lost. It didn't matter. It mattered that I knew how to put up a fight. And that's what someone like Ashley or UKT or anyone really in D1, like we talk all the time, anyone in D1 can give you a run for your money. But more so, Ashley and you, the legendary status that you guys hold is really a litmus test for the status that I can give myself. And I knew that I was able to make some good plays. I knew that I was able to hold my ground against somebody that I knew was top tier, S tier, top of the class. And so it's really an honor and a privilege to get to play someone like that, because you know that you're going to be tested to the limit, absolutely. And so it's really just an honor to play someone like that. And I'm glad that I was able to do that, because you got to know what you're up against in this league. And she was really just the A+ that I'm really looking for.
Yeah, I mean, it was A+, and, there's nothing like her. I mean, and same with TJ. There was nothing like those two players. They were just rare as air, man. They were rare as air, and you have to respect what they do. But yeah, at the end of the day, I hold on a minute. Yeah, I mean, well, the cards thing is a little bit different. We may still. We'll see. We'll see. We'll decide at the end of the year. Everyone who gets promoted usually gets a card, but she'll be here for the rest of the season. Her card. It's Fitzy joins us back, but yeah, that's a tough question to answer, because, like I said, I talk to both these two still when I can. More so right now, actually, but TJ I talked to a lot more in the off season. And they're just really good people. Forget the game for a second. What Ashley's trying to do with the dentistry stuff, I wish her the best. I kind of ironically joked with her yesterday. I said, I actually went to the dentist yesterday to get a cleaning, so I joked, that's going to be you one day, right? And with TJ, we always have our conversations about whatever, but yeah, they're good people. I like everyone else. Everyone's great here, but it's a good. I guess Ard, you wrap it up with you, Ard, before we get to your thoughts on playing Ashley for sure. And TJ.
Well, I think I also played TJ as well, and really back then. Here's the thing: I know I didn't have much of that connection with TJ, really, and really that whole situation that happened. Even though we have tried to make it better on making sure this league is more of the pure side, it's just sometimes we kind of wish that things like that never happen to anybody. Like, if TJ never done that, he would have been one of those contenders, just every tournament, just all in, all out, just up there 100% at his best. And that's someone that I would think. And Ashley's sort of the same person, even though I faced her probably once. Well, yeah, one time only. And that's just, she's someone that's just special. And you mentioned it earlier. I was able to be part of both of two March games that y'all both had. And they were both probably the two spectacular games that I got to see out of probably more skill based levels.
Yeah,
It really,
it was a blessing to play both of them, and you know, I hope to maybe one day at least have Ashley back in the league one day when she's graduated and whatnot. TJ and I will probably just play. I don't know. I only share one or server. We'll just play whenever on the old bot, whenever has a fun battle. But yeah, like I said, that's a good question, man. Because you know, I love the easy questions. I know you're gonna say, Kay, the easy questions, man. These are some hard questions, bro. Yeah, but those questions that R was asking me, the time management, are easier for me to answer than these because this is it. Okay, Fistwalter wants to speak. Someone invite him.
yeah, I'll bring him up.
Yo, listen, this guy right here. If you don't know Fistwater, you ain't a real OG. Fistwater, what's going on, brother? That's a real OG right there. This is the guy.
Hey, gentlemen.
We're doing a KT interview. What's going on, buddy? What's on your mind?
Oh
boy.
Nothing much, man. Nothing much at all. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Just here for the entertainment.
Yeah, it's entertaining. Or just rallying off some questions, but yeah, no, really good, really good question. Art. Thank you for putting that in for sure. Move on, next one.
Yeah, we'll move on to the next one. Okay, so here we go. KT, next question is: do you appreciate the growth or the drive more of hosting?
This is a good one. See, as a kid, I always wanted to do Vegas-style promotions, you know, or be an event promoter. I was always some fairy tale project I wanted to do. So hosting is very special in my heart, and I have Italian and Thai blood. And hospitality and family is everything in my blood. So I love hosting to death. But I say the growth is important, but personally, it's the drive. Because the growth is always going to come with it, but I appreciate the dedication and what it takes to be a host, because when you see numbers go in, numbers are numbers. People come to the server, right? You know, wins and wins. Numbers are numbers, okay? They're numbers and figures. They don't lie, but you can't measure drive. You can't measure dedication. You can't measure hostability. You can't measure that. And in this case, while most cases you want to measure something to get a quantitative result, I'd rather not measure it in the sense of the drive and the respect and dedication for the grind. Because the legacy you leave as a host can echo into chambers beyond the years. Basically, what I just said there is when this is all said and done 10, 15 years down the line, you're going to remember what we did here. Not just tonight, but in general. And you're going to appreciate that. I have more appreciation for what's going to happen in 5 years. Or 5 years. What's going to happen tomorrow than what's going to happen in 5 years. Because 5 years isn't guaranteed. But if we get there, I don't want to think about it sometimes. Because I think about this. One day in 5 years, Christian, Tagoe, Leah, Cody Smart, Knob's a little different as he's young, but they're going to be in my shoe. Gee, you're going to be in my age, and I'm going to be in Sandfer's age, and Sandfer's going to be in his mid-30s, and Seth's going to be close to 4. You know, it's going to get crazy, man. It's going to be insane, but I think about all that, and I think, man, where's the time gone? But it's crazy to think that we're all in this bubble of community, right? We're in this community bubble, and we're like any sports league, though. You think about it, F1 has 20 drivers, NASCAR's got 36, MLB there's only 30 teams, NBA there's only 30 teams, there's 32 teams in the NFL, right? It's a brotherhood and sisterhood in a sense, right? And any sports league, it's a bubble. The outside world only matters to you in the off season. Now this league, in a way, when we're on season, we're in the heat of the battle, right? We're helping the league grow, and there's a lot of games. You have to understand, do the math. So if there's 64 games a tournament, right, including the third place game, you times that by 5. That's over 300 games. Now we haven't had 64 games in D1 every year. You're still looking at 300 plus games a season. Okay, regular season games. Throw in D2, which probably has 4 tournaments. It depends. Sometimes you get entry list to 72. Sometimes you get 50, whatever. Let's just call it around, what's the fair number, do you think? 245 games, let's call it 230 regular season games. Okay, that's almost 560 games regular season. Then you throw in playoffs, you're looking at over 630, 620 games, 640 games a year. Just games, right? Scheduled game, one-on-one, not the series, how long it goes. If you factor that in, too, that's a lot of manpower. So, Ard, you got to think about that. How many hours is it really for me to host this league? It's probably close to 1,000 hours a year of my time. No exaggeration. With Grimland 2 included. Now, I don't have to join. Yes. But if you count both divisions, it's close to 600. With the playoffs 2 included, it's probably going to be. Yes. And right. And then you throw in playoffs, which is Super League, and throw in D2. You combine both leagues, it's probably about... Now, I will say, the 1,000 hours of my time also include list meetings with Sandfer, private meetings with Zak on graphics and Lamas, and commission meetings and whatnot. You gotta love it. And, Tapir's going to get a chance to see it. Christian Tagoe's going to get a chance to see it when we have Christian Tagoe Day. And anybody else, really. Who wins a tournament. So Pack will see it, Nick will see it. G doesn't matter. He's already sees everything. But
yeah. I was just checking the number. We're at 232 games so far for this season for D1 alone.
Right. We still have a T5. Right. We have 233 tomorrow, and then we got Super League as well. So we're going to be close to 300. Yeah, there's no doubt. But regardless, when we have a full field, it's about 315 games. Yeah, for sure. You got to remember DQs happen. But yeah, realistically, you throw it. Yes.
No, I could say about that, Red. 600 plus games a year. Probably half of it's all heat check roast related.
What? Well, oh yeah, let's bring up the Art. Do me a favor, bring up the legend Zak 103. That's a legend right there. Everyone say
yeah, I'll bring him up.
This guy, I'm glad he showed up to this because this is a legend right here. For those of you who don't know who Zak 103 is, man, absolute legend. This guy makes the graphics and the cards. Zak, my brother, what's going on, baby? Doing a little KT review.
Okay. So that was what was going on.
Me and Zak are actually going to meet in a little bit, but we could get this. Zak can give his thoughts here.
What's up, Zak?
Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I just joined. I'm honestly not sure what's going on.
We're doing Ard's interview with me for his Pro Check show. So we're doing a little. We were just talking about time management and whatnot. Some good questions he was throwing, but all good, man. Yeah. So guys, for those of you who don't know Zak, he does the best with the cards. One thing, explain the graphics process with that, but we were just talking about the league, and Art asked me a question: do I enjoy the growth as a hoster? Well, Zak, you're a host, right? When you were a host of Summer Off, I'll ask you the same question. Did you enjoy the growth more or dedication to drive? Which one did you enjoy more?
It was the uniqueness of what it was, because we had this idea of what if you broadcasted an Uno game, and in my opinion, it's something I haven't really seen a lot of people dive into, and that was kind of a new thing, and improved it, perfected it, and I've kind of moved on from it, did other things, but to see what y'all have done with it and improve it beyond anything I would have even known to do is quite impressive, to say the least. It's good to see it's gone this far.
Yeah, man, it'll continue, and yeah, I just wanted to get my man, show him some love. And he's been no problem, Fitz. Thank you, brother. You enjoy yourself. Probably at a theater and club near you, but regardless, I thank you, man, for showing up for 30 seconds, because it's important to highlight guys like yourself, right, who really help make the league go around. You without you, we wouldn't have these amazing graphics and cards, and yeah, I couldn't do it without the team too. Art, the team has been fantastic. G, obviously, with D2, Yoshi helping with scheduling, and You know, the reffing, you guys as well, being a part of the community, reffing now, and commentary and stats, media, even though we only got a couple people in that. Yeah, it's definitely a project that I can't help but thank Ard. I can't help but thank the community, but remember the good times for sure. So I definitely appreciate the growth, but the dedication, the drive is the most important thing to me for sure.
Yeah. Hey, I would agree. There's a lot of things that would go well with this. So, good answer on that. As we'll move on to the next question now. Now, I want to know is, do you ever get nervous in any aspect of life?
Yeah, of course. There's always aspects of life where I'll get nervous for sure. You know, whether it be playing a game or even before matches, sometimes I'll have nerves, but you kind of shake them off. I think what makes this league special is you only get one season. You only get one chance per season in a sense. Every tournament's like a season. You only get once, March Madness style. So the nerves are always going to be high. But when I used to do rec ball or competitive b-ball or even when I do speaking events, I'll get nervous, but now I'm just so comfortable. You get to a point where you're just so comfortable, and it almost becomes second nature. So my nerves have kind of died out, but I want to make this to everybody. The biggest thing with nerves, breath work's important. It's the number one thing with that. Controlling your breath, controlling your composure, controlling your core temperature of your body and your mind. It's just a known fact. If your brain's cool, you can fire on all cylinders. A cool brain is a happy brain, which is a calm brain, which leads to success. That's my theory. If it's cool and calm, you can do almost anything. When you're doing a workout or you're doing whatever, your body's going to give out your body will give out first before your mind. Your mind will give out first before your body. But if you can build your mind to where you use more of your brain in those crucial moments, and you can control those nerves, you'll in a way outlast the body. So the mind is the most powerful thing with that art, in my humble opinion, for sure. So if you can control your mind, your central nervous system, and your core, you can almost be on a legendary level. But yeah, I say I get nervous for sure, but it's not as much as maybe as a kid. I think you start to get into a routine, and that's a good question, because I know some people ask me on a stream, do you get nervous or kind of, I always tell Seth, not anymore. Sometimes maybe in a Super League game for now, something big, 100%. You want to put on the best show for people. But now I don't feel it anymore, because I've done so much now, and it becomes more of a second nature, a second wing. But yeah, I don't have as much. Okay, what is it, G?
All right. I'm just updating this right now, since I had to include for some reason the D1 one got a little scuffed, but I fixed it now. So, I mean, in terms of total games for D1 at the moment, we're at 4. We're like games. It's like each individual game, not like a series. But it's currently at 4,154 games for D1, and then 2,064 for D2, and then for matches it's 672 for D1.
So we have over 900 plus hours of Uno. I do. Sandfer sheet has that of D1. Yeah, no problem, Cody Smart. Hey man, look, I've taken a lot of time in this legendary. Yes, sir. But yes, I appreciate you, man. Yes, if you want to turn this, what I was been saying, to an article, for sure, I'll call you one day and I'll answer. And listen, I'll answer any questions. If you don't get your fan mail question, I will DM you personally my thoughts on the question, so you make sure you get taken care of, buddy. Absolutely, 100%. Keep doing that great stuff out there, buddy. Appreciate you. All right, keep it going. But that's my thoughts on nerves. Cody Smart had to check out there.
Yeah, right. Now, let's go into this next question. And here's the thing. I know you always throw out the saying family first. So I want to ask you this. What's the biggest impact your family has had on you?
Everything, man. Everything. Yeah, they my mom and dad are just unbelievable. I mean, they did a lot for me. Yeah, it's hard. They're still living, obviously, but you know, it's just from really the day I think about the days where, you know, it's weird because I'm in a situation where I don't. My mom's not from here, right? She's from Thailand, and I don't see them often, right? So I don't really know what's going on over here really much. And ironically, like my dad's side, before I was born, I never got to meet my grandfather. I never got to meet a lot of my actual family. So I really don't have a big family, believe it or not. So mom and dad have been unbelievable in everything I've done. I mean, I can't thank them for everything enough. You know, they made me who I was. They gave me everything. You know, great genetics, and in my opinion, I really can't screw it up. And that's, I've been put in a position where I've been gifted this great stuff, genetics and great life lessons. You know, when I messed up as a kid, my mom never yelled at me. She basically said, just learn, right? Learn the hard way, but explore the hard way, right? And my dad, he taught me discipline. He was in the military, so he taught me discipline. So, yeah, it's everything, man. Just it's there's too many private things I'm not going to share, right? Because the way they raised me, Ard, I'm just going to be straight honest with you. It was very autonomous. It was not. They never forced me to do nothing. They never told me to go to school. I went to school. You know, that when I was younger, they never told me to clean my room. Like, it was already clean. You know what I mean? They didn't ever tell me to do the garden. I already did it. You know, they taught me in a way. It's almost like Yoshi said, how I kind of knew him before we met. In a way, they almost knew me before I was born. And that's powerful because, you know, I never forget the story where I was talking to my mom, and she said that she envisioned me in her womb as a baby elephant. And gosh dang, that was right. Because I do remember everything. And I, you know, an elephant's big in stature, but never forgets as a gentle giant. You can call me the shark and the tiger, which is my belief of just the host and spiritual animals of the player KT and whatnot. The host, KT is the shark as a player, and a tiger as a host. I'm always lurking, but deep down, yeah, I'm like a big elephant. You know, I don't forget. I always remember, and I'm always right for sure. But realistically, yeah, they mean everything. But I will say about this topic, I think over the last year, I appreciate family. I appreciate you guys for sure. But I also understand now, while family is important to me, and it always will be everything for me, I understand now, and I really start to get it as I start to continue to learn the walks of people's lives and whatnot. Not everyone had that great family at home environment. And I think that message of family is everything can't be replied to somebody else. I can't just put my bias of a great family and upbringing to someone else who may have not had that. Because at the end of the day, there are people that have not had that luxury and have had that fortune of good family. And while I feel sorry, the last thing I want to do is put bias saying I had the best time of my life, you know, when I was a kid. That'd be a selfish move. So, yeah, they're everything. You know, I'll keep a lot of this stuff private because I'll start crying. You don't want to see me doing that. You know, I didn't know. I mean, I have pictures, you know, at my house, and I actually have a picture of young KT right next to me. So I always have my mom and dad right there smiling. So it's. Yeah, no, it's. I don't really get much emotional, but the real KT loves his family, and I think I could pass it off to you guys. And I think Leah said something really important too. She texted me private one day. You treat everyone like family. That's exactly it. I want to, because I know everyone doesn't have that great family home life. I get it. maybe people can't see their family. Like Red, for example, great example. He has to go back to Vietnam just to see his family. And I always respect that, right? And I'm not going to get into everyone's private stories. I do know a lot. I've talked to a lot of people on here, and I do know some of their situations. But at the end of the day, I will keep them private, and I appreciate if I can bring a little joy and a little bit of happiness to you guys without even being a direct family member, as a friend, and as a more than just a host. I can appreciate that for sure, because a lot of people never had that, and I want to at least show that I'm there if you need it. So yeah, that's what I'll say on family, man, for sure. It's everything, but I also respect, and as over time, understand not everyone had that same upbringing, so I need to be respectful and not selfish and not a clown and make myself look like a clown, saying, "Oh, this is how." You always got to be respectful of those people who may not mean Tapir as well, right? I know he recently lost a family member, and he told me privately, and I feel sorry, but at the same time, they're always shining down, man, and it's interesting because, like I said, I didn't see a lot of my family. Unfortunately, before I was born, I never got the chance to see my dad's face, so I don't have that trauma in a way. So, because I don't have that trauma, I'm more open-minded to almost making a tribe and a family of whoever. My friends can also be family too, so I have a big family without even having a direct family in a way. If you get what I mean, you're like my family, Zach. I mean, every time I talk to you guys, it's like a little mini family, which is cool compared to, let's say, in the past where I never got a chance to actually see the people from who came before me, for sure.
Yeah, I get it. Makes a lot of sense, and I'll say this: I think with me, I've had some personal problems in the past as well, and so
yeah, no, everyone goes through stuff, man. Everyone goes through stuff for sure.
Yeah, so
Eric, yeah.
So it makes a whole lot of sense, and really, that's a good point. So,
hey, one thing I will say, man, the most important thing right now, and I told this to Yoshi one time. I remember him. When his dad was calling and he didn't take it, take that call. You always take that call, because there's going to be a day where you pick up your phone and there's no mom and dad. There's no brother and sister, man. There's going to be a day where you don't have them. Grandparent, right? I think grandparents is the number one thing, right? Because they're getting older. I don't really know my grandparents, unfortunately. They weren't here before it became my time, so I don't have that experience. So in reality, cherish it, man. They won't be here forever. Cherish every moment. Take every day as a gift, as I told Red. Every day's a gift, man. Yeah. Take it as a gift, for sure. Because today they're here, but tomorrow you don't know. Today they're healthy, but tomorrow you don't. Never know what the universe has in store. Take every day as a gift and appreciate life, man. Because all that matters at the end of the day is your family and the people that are close to you. That includes your friends too, man. Not just your family. If someone you know, my boy Jerry. Tagoe loves my boy Jerry, but unfortunately Jerry's not with me anymore. He moved out of state. So yeah, I can only call him now, right? So I miss the days where we would hang out. And in fact, I lost a lot of people. Unfortunately, this year, I mean, at personal level, I've lost a lot of friends. Just moved out of state, and damn, I think about. I still have their phone numbers, but damn, it's like, I wish I could hang out with them at the shore one more time. But I don't know. Maybe one day we'll meet. But they're doing their own things, which I'm happy for. But man. You just gotta appreciate every moment, man, for sure. It's deep, man. That's a KT interview, though. I mean, this is what we expected. When we got KT in the building, we're gonna touch every avenue, and let's give some credit to Pro Check over there. These questions are phenomenal. These are questions that you wouldn't hear ever in any other platform. So these are some damn good questions. I gotta give them credit for sure. Thanks, Ard. Keep it going, buddy.
Yeah, let's move on to the next question here. As
good call, man. I'm about to tear up, Ard. Appreciate you, man.
Anyway, next question is, what's your biggest advice to those seeking financial and emotional freedom?
All right, okay. So here we go. Another deep convo. Okay. Look, at the end of the day, everyone needs money. Okay, let's not beat around the bush. Everyone's gonna need money. I get it. But there's a connection with, if you think about it, to get said goal in anything, whether it be you're trying to get a new car, a new house, a new whatever, or trying to hit a goal at work, or right, to get a promotion, get more money, right, whatever. You gotta be emotionally locked in. And I'm gonna bring everybody on the panel about this because I want to hear what other people have. This is a good question. But the biggest advice I would give to anybody who's trying to seek whatever, for sure, is think about your heart and your mind. They're connected. Okay, your mind, you ever hear the expression, I'm going to go with my mind, but in my heart? Think about the time right now. Close your eyes. Think about something you're doing right now. And is your mind and heart connected? Sure. But there's always going to be that sensation of go with your gut. But sometimes your gut can fail you. Even if you think it's good, it can fail you. So what's inside your heart can unlock your mind, and what's inside your mind can unlock everything. Those two are correlated directly in a sense. Where if you want to make more financial freedom or more money, well, this is tough because everyone's a lot of you guys are in college, right? Or maybe Alan lost his freaking job like 5 times. This is a tough one because I know everyone's in a different state. But the best advice I could give with this is find something that you enjoy doing, and you'll never work a day in your life for sure. But more importantly than that, I think to be successful in anything, you need to be emotionally locked in. You need to be on all avenues, spiritually, your physical health, your mental health, your balance of work life. Whatever you're doing, you need to find that equilibrium. You need to find that perfect divine energy to take you to the next level. Because you can't, let's face it, you can't tell someone this advice and expect them to drink it. Because if I say anything, everyone's in a different spot. This is a tough one because financially it's very hard to say what's the right linear path because everyone's was built different. Some people come from nothing, right, and are successful. Some people have come from birth that are successful, and all they gotta do is maintain, and they don't maintain it. Look at MLB players, NFL players, get all this money, right? But what do? They have no financial literacy. They blow it. Or you look at people that have great financial literacy, right? Everything's great, but they have a problem with their significant other. They're not emotionally locked in. So it's both directly correlated. It's very hard to pinpoint, but I'll give you an example of this. Think about this when it comes to money, your emotional intelligence. Your EQ score is probably bigger than your IQ score. When I'm looking for talent, I'm looking for EQ. I'm not looking for IQ at the end of the day. Because the IQ, you can always learn. We talked about this in the question you asked earlier, where do I get my information? It's from everybody, right? Everybody around YouTube, whatever, conversation. But EQ is more important. If you can emotionally understand a person and read the room, you're already 10 steps ahead of the game. Okay, 90% of the battle is showing up, but still, you're still 10 steps ahead if you can emotionally read the room. So you take that, and if you can be emotionally locked in, you can unlock just not only financial freedom, basically freedom in general. You want to get to a state in your life where you feel secure, but also comfortable. I'm not saying you have to go out there and be the world's smartest merchant of EQ or the most richest guy in the world. No. Be comfortable with what you have. And that starts from within. You can be comfortable within your own skin. That's a plus. But you have to be comfortable in a sense of budget, invest, and respect. That's it. BRI. If you can budget your money, if you respect your money, and invest your money, then you can unlock anything. Because guess what? Money is also time. So it's the same correlation. If you can budget your time, respect your time, and invest your time wisely, that will enhance your money. That will enhance your emotional freedom. That will enhance your spiritual journey. That will enhance everything. Your family, your relationships, your networking, your time building, your everything. You'll multiply it by 20. Easy. Everything. So the biggest lesson I would say out of all that is everyone comes from a different place. I can't give the advice because some people are poor, some people have come up with good upbringings. Everyone's different. But it goes back to time. Budget, respect, and invest your time wisely, and everything's going to open up. If you can budget, respect, and invest an hour of your day wisely, that 1 hour can make a difference and multiply by 10. It really can. In other avenues of your life. And that's the most important thing, man, because anybody, and I mean anybody, can go out there and say they're this and that and this and that and put on a show on Instagram or on social. But at the end of the day, we're all just figuring it out. No one has the secrets to be financially free or emotionally free. It's a learning curve every day. What's around the bend today is not what's around the bend tomorrow. But I want to get other people's thoughts on this because this is important to me. So I guess we'll just go around the room. We'll start with you, Ard. I mean, your thoughts on this. I mean, in your situation, right? Do you get what I'm saying? Do you still think time is the biggest aspect to unlock all these? What's your thoughts on this? I want to get your thoughts on this. And in chat, let me know too. What do you guys think about this? It's a good question, but it's hard to answer because everyone's in a different state, you know?
Yeah, and that's one of those sorts of difficult things. Like, you mentioned earlier that if you find something that you enjoy, you'll technically never work a day in your life. And really, if you do find that one thing, that one alley of joy that you think is good for you, it's not really something that you have to do, but you get to do.
Or can you repeat the question to Red? He wants to.
Okay, yeah, I'll repeat the question. So then, if anybody did not hear that, the question was, what's your biggest advice to those seeking financial and emotional freedom?
Basically, Red, I answered. You probably heard the answer. BRI, right? You budget, you respect it, and you invest your time is what's going to multiply your red. But I guess we'll go to Tapir. I mean, Tapir, your thoughts on because I think that you're in an interesting spot, right? Because you had just mentioned, I think in the time question, right? If it's not worth memorizing, if it's not in the head, it's not in the heart, right? It's the same thing with your projects. Would you say the same thing? Would you? Because you're in a good spot with this. I know you're big with knowledge here tonight. Your thoughts on just this question, because I think this is a really good question for a lot of the people younger in here, and a lot of people that are maybe Alan's a great example who lost his job like 5,000 times. What's your thoughts? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. Look, we already covered it, right? About just the time management and just really trying to put your priorities in order, right? You already mentioned, if it's not worth memorizing, it probably wasn't that high up on your list of priorities. So I do think it's really important to, like we said, take a step back, rebalance everything, try to figure out what you really want to do. And most importantly, don't get all caught up in the societal expectations
Absolutely.
that maybe people are trying to impose on you. Because everybody's going to have everybody's going to have to figure it out in a different kind of way. Everybody's got their own, interests and talents and their priorities. Everyone's going to figure out life in their own way. Everyone's going to have a different path. And a lot of people, I know in, past generations have said, gotta go to college. Well, you mentioned right in the beginning of this interview, or YouTube University, you don't need college to, that can teach you more than school can. That can teach you more than 8 years of university. Now, granted, if you're going into a field where that's necessary, then go ahead. Go for it. Knock yourself out. I wish you all the best. But if you're doing it just because people are telling you that you have to, that's not going to work, and you're not going to get the most out of it. And most importantly, you're going to waste a crap ton of money on it because it's just not going to be as effective as it has to be. And so that would probably be the biggest takeaway, is figure out what you want to do most importantly. Go for it. If it doesn't work out, try something else. Or keep trying, because you're going to get there. You're going to get to where you want to be. Everybody's going to have to figure that out in their own time. But the good thing is, you're going to get there someday. You're going to get to where you want to be. And it may take a year, it could take 10 years. But you're going to get there. And it's about that, just the motivation, maybe the journey. That's what's most important. So that's all I'd say. Great question.
Thank you, Ard. Yeah, no, and I'm not going to bring, Nam is in high school, Yoshi's in college, Red's in college, Luke, I'm not sure, Alan, I've already, dude, I mean, what happened to you was just unbelievable. And I know you're trying to get back on path for sure. I have nothing but respect for you. G just graduated college, right? I'm not going to really bring these guys in it because they're still figuring it out. I'm not going to tell them what to do. Right. And at the end of the day, I think the best advice I would say is, like I said, BRI it. Just budget. If you can budget and respect and invest your time, life's going to open up. And if it takes 10 years, so be it. Right? But I will say, though, if it does take 10 years, every single year have a little growth in between. You can't just be stagnant. Right? No fish swam the whole ocean around the world by just staying stagnant in one place. There's always currents and jets. You've got to follow the jet stream sometimes to get growth. But for the most part, this is good. And even Zak, where I know him, I know he's a good guy. And if you're in a funk, right, at the end of the day, it's okay. I think someone asked that in fan mail. Do you ever get into a funk? So I'm gonna hold off on that a little bit later. But yeah, realistically, BRI it. See where you go from there. And as Tapir said, it takes time to get where you want to be for sure. But don't forget the fact that you need growth in every single element of a year that goes by, or every single day where you want to be, because you can't grow without a little miracle growing away. You need a little fertilizer, a little bit of that magic potion sometimes to get to where you want to be. So start small, but never forget to, in a sense, aim for the moon, because one day, even if you don't get to the moon, you will land amongst the stars, and I think that's good to have for sure. Have that mindset of, okay, maybe I missed, but the stars are still nice to see for sure. Good question, Ard.
Yeah, great answer there, and good on Tapir to reply on that. Let's go to the next question here, and KT, you mentioned just a bit ago about projects, and really what I want to know from you is, How can you describe the levels of projects you have done in your life?
Oh my. Man, I mean, I have done so much stuff in my life, Ard. Shoot. Where do we begin? I mean, like I said, I've won a crap ton of rec basketball chips. I met some of the most amazing people. I got my own business. I got speaking engagements, which I recently got on board 2 years ago. Ironically, which is a byproduct of the business. This UNO League, fantastic. I mean, traveled the world. I do also a lot of stuff behind. I'm not going to mention. There's a lot of personal venture projects I'm involved in. That maybe if you want to DM me about, I'll talk to you one day privately about. But I can't rank them, man. They're all equally as good. You know, they were all built from the scratch. They were all built from the ground up. Nothing was handed to me. It was all on my end to make it happen. The question was the projects. Tapir was asking me about the projects, and you were deafened. But yeah, Yoshi and G had the pleasure of meeting me, and I think the one thing I'm really proud of, in a sense, I can do all these projects in the world, or I can make this league, I can do all this, I can make a business, whatever. The one thing I am proud of, though, is the dedication that went into it, but the fact that I never felt lost in the sauce, right? I never bowed down to society. I never took the path most traveled. You're good, buddy. And I wanted to do my own thing. At a young age, I was very, I won't want to say sheltered to the grind, but very, I don't know. I didn't believe there was one direct path to winning in life, to just take this college route. And I thought about the people that didn't go that route, and I respect it. You know, a great business story I'm always reminded of. I guess two good business stories that I always reminded of was we'll start. Might as well. We're in the Jackpot June finale. Don't forget 10 o'clock reminder, Nom. If you're watching this, buddy, need a 10 o'clock. Still hosting. He's here, right? So don't forget that, boss. But the Mr. Smith, the founder of FedEx, I remember this story. I was taught this story, and it's back in the 70s, right? And true story. He took his last $5,000 and he went to Vegas to gamble on it, right? So he gambled away on a roulette table, and because he couldn't pay the fuel bill. Basically, FedEx was gonna die if he hadn't won this money in Vegas. So he won the money in Vegas, and guess what? He won the money in Vegas, and then FedEx is created. Now we have shipping. And FedEx is the #1 shipper in the world for. No problem, G. I hope you learned something, man, for sure. But now FedEx is the #1 business in the world for transporting tech. I mean, most tech products you get, FedEx is shipping it, for sure. FedEx Freight, FedEx Ground, all that. And I think about Jack Ma, Alibaba, right? And Alibaba's a Chinese internet. Yes. Ironically, I am recording this on my OBS, so it's been going for 2 hours 30. I just got my computer. I actually picked it up tonight, so I said, you know what? Let me record this. I want to record this. I don't know if maybe I'll upload this one to you. This one maybe I will upload to YouTube because this one's really special for sure. I will answer everyone's questions, but appreciate you, man. Yeah, this is special for sure. So back to this, the Alibaba story was fantastic. Jack Ma, absolutely. He tried so many times, man, so many times to build something, and he would always get rejected, right? And investors wouldn't believe in him. So, you know what he did? He went his own way and built the world's largest internet company in China. Alibaba is all branded e-commerce, right? And I'm always reminded by sometimes it's okay to take a gamble, like Mr. Smith did with FedEx, or take the other path of the grind, man. The grind, the projects. It's not linear. But man, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't rank them more. I can't rank what's number 1 or number 2 because this league is just as good as the business, or this business is just as good as the speaking. The speaking is just as good as another private venture. I mean, I will say I'm in about 7 projects. I used to have 15 projects. I was in. That was either just an advisor or a small investor in, right? Just investing my time in it. Or telling the shots a little bit. Kind of like, it's funny. There are times where I'm the CEO, but I'm just like Yoshi or Ard. I'm just a player in the commission team. Yeah, buddy. I'm a good man to talk to when you don't piss me off. No, I'm joking. But no, anyway, all joking aside, no, it's all love, it's all learning. But no, all joking aside, I can't rank the projects. They equally mean a lot to me. I take everything just full blaze, man, full guns a blazing. The passion is there. I said that in the big Uno Lounge text thing I did the other day when people were questioning how long we're gonna be here. What was it? Someone said, was it Vapor? Sell the league to G. No, man, I'm not selling the league. No way. I think so. It's funny. One of those hackers did offer me. It was one of those Discord hackers. I think offered like $1,000 for this Discord. I said, hell no, I'm not giving this up. There comes a day where you look at this and say, man, the relationships matter more than a price tag. For something like this, man, it's the memories we're gonna make. We're going to make more of the memories than whatever happens in the back end. So I really I thoroughly enjoy what's going on, and I thoroughly enjoy all you guys, man. You guys are all like family to me. So I can't rate the projects, and even the people in the business side and life. They're just, I love those guys as much as I do. I mean, they really are genuine people, and but I will say though, I do enjoy these conversations more with a lot of you guys because I'm going to be honest with you. I told this to Yoshi and Tapir. No, not Tapir. I think I told this to Yoshi one time. And I think I told it to G and R and Cody Smart. And I think I told you this as well. A lot of my conversations are very high tech. Business people, when you talk, they're on the money. And I have to be on the money. So, talking to you guys is a breath of fresh air. I can kind of be myself in a way. Have this knowledge passed on to you guys, which is great. But I do enjoy both parties, from the high stakes combos to just the back end for sure. But yeah, good question, man, for sure. I can't rank them. They're all equally number 1 in my heart.
Yeah, I know you've done a lot of projects before this, so it makes a whole lot of sense when you think about it, but really good on your answer, and I guess we'll move on to the next question. As this one, I know you're a person that has gone international, and traveling is important to you. So, what I want to know is, what's the biggest impact of the places you visited?
Oh man, we could be here 20 years.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, I oh my god, where do we begin? I guess we'll start with where we're going for Super League Thailand. I mean, that is the BKK. That is the number 1 place I've been to. I've been there. My mom's part Thai, so part Thai. What the hell? I'm part Thai. My mom's full Thai. But through some ancestry stuff, it's weird. I'm Thai, Italian, but I also have slight bit of Indian in me, a little bit of Chinese. It's weird, man. So yeah, I hit the jackpot in terms of culture. I can't even lie. Thai food, Italian food, throwing some. I hit the jackpot. I can't even lie. You could tell. That's my real face. My profile I have on that is my real face, and people always comment my golden tan skin, man. It's the tan people would die for. But no, all joking aside, Thailand means a lot. You know, I learned my biggest lesson I learned there, and I think everyone's going to appreciate this story. I remember, you know, on the streets of outside the outskirts of Bangkok, I just a young kid back in 2011, so I was 13 years old. You know, I saw a homeless guy, and you know, I was always taught that if they're homeless, you know, you don't want to pass judgment, but you at the same time you got to see what the actions they do, because some homeless people, you know, they're going out there, they're trying to make a difference, they're hustling, they're not doing the wrong things like selling drugs or anything. But this guy was different. I mean, he approached me and he's like, hey, you know, he had no shirt on. I'm like, what are you doing? In my head, I'm a kid. He's giving me his shirt. Right, he's giving me his shirt off of his back with the shopping cart. Right, just for me to wipe some sweat off my hands. I never forgot that, because that was powerful, though. Because what that taught me was the humility aspect of life. Here's a guy that has nothing of belonging. He has no valuable. He's on the streets, right? Damn, I wouldn't say I get emotional, but he's on the streets and he's giving me his shirt. And from that moment on, I thought about, I can do more. You know, I know Tapir mentioned it with one of his the computer issues. It's a first world problem, man. There are so many guys out there that don't even know their next meal. You know, don't even know their next place to stay is. You know, and ever since then, you know, I always, if I see a homeless guy or I see someone in need, I try to offer help, whether it be, you know, give them $5 or just take care of them. Right? Even a guy like Yoshi, who I paid the dinner for or the lunch for and the event for. You know, he's in college, man. He's hustling out there. He's a kid. I feel bad. I'll take care of him. But Thailand taught me a lot. I've been there so many times. Like I said, 9 times I've been there, and every time I go back, it's amazing. The beaches are great. The people are just down to earth. You look it up online. It's the land of smiles. It really is. I love the culture over here. It's Buddha's all over the place. Temples, just be spiritual about it. You know, just find your inner Zen. It's great. I've been to Laos. Now, Laos is the sister country. Now, let me tell you, that also taught me something. I mean, unfortunately, I've seen people in the streets just get shot, and I've seen how communism is. It's just, it's terrible. You know, people are tied, basically armchair tied, right? And it's terrible. It's a terrible country, and I'm grateful I'm here, right? But it taught me to be grounded as well. And I've also been to Geo's part of the world. Anyway, beautiful, unbelievable. I mean, but I learned a lot there. I've been to Greece. I've been to France. I've been to Belgium. I've been to Germany, Switzerland, Netherlands, Japan, Taiwan, Hong Kong. It's a lot, Art. I've been on a lot of these tours, and I was very fortunate when I was younger to go on these tours and learn a lot. England, I've been to Luke's part of the world. I was there. 2018 World Cup happened. Oh man, it was England and France. I literally was in England. I'll never forget the story. I was in England that night they were playing, and they lost. But then, ironically, on Monday, I went to France, and they were celebrating. Oh, it was unbelievable. Seeing the Notre Dame Cathedral and just the energy at the Eiffel Tower. The streets were crazy. I was in an eclectic moment. I've been blessed, man. I mean, I a lot of these vacations I've earned, and sacrificed for, right? Parents sacrificed for me, and I sacrificed a little bit to earn some of these trips, and all these places taught me a lot, man. I mean, it taught me the art of culture. It taught me the art of history. It taught me the art of being zen and whatever floats your boat in a sense. But I just suggest that anybody out there, you don't gotta travel the world, but travel outside your hometown, man. Even in your own state, it's important. It's very important because some people don't even have the privilege of even leaving their hometown, right? And I've had the privilege of going over to so many great countries and great people, man. I still remember when I was a kid, just everybody, man, everybody was just welcoming, and I went to Greece. That was during the financial crisis when Greece had 10 years ago, and you couldn't tell there was a crisis. You couldn't tell. Everyone was working hard and just shut up and get to it, right? It's how it is. People over there in Europe and Asia and parts I've been to, just get down to it, man. I feel more connected and disconnected when I was over there. I felt more connected with the people and disconnected from reality. And that's a good thing to have, because I'll say this much. 25 years ago, Ard, when the internet first came around, the internet was an escape from reality. When reality hit you in the face, the internet was a place to escape. And now I think 25 years later, with how much information overload we have, reality sometimes can be bad, and the internet can be bad. So what's the escape? Traveling is the escape from everything. It's food for thought. If the internet was the escape from reality 25 years ago, traveling is the escape from everything. You let your mind wander into the unknown of a country or wherever, and let it go, man. Be free. Have your time to yourself and just enjoy it. I think everybody in here can appreciate that for sure. And I know I can, and I know a lot of people in here will, because it's just so many good stories, man. I remember all these. I remember nights where we were having gelato on the last days of tours, and I remember going to the Coliseum. I remember going to the Pantheon and Parthenon, Arc de Triomphe, Notre Dame, Swiss Alps, Lugano, Belgian waffles at the train stop. I remember getting lost in Rome. It was Venice I've been to, the beaches in Thailand, like I said, seeing Laos, the chemistry of Japan, just the minimalism, and the areas of like Hong Kong and Taiwan, just seeing downtown. I appreciate every moment. I really do, and I hope to one day can do it again. Go back and take another trip and really get the sightseeing, man. And hopefully I can get to a place where maybe the league's in a really place where I can just go take a couple weeks off and just go and escape from reality, but maybe take a vacation from my work. But regardless, I hope you guys enjoy it one day. There's a big world out there. There's 196 countries. There's almost 8 billion people in the world, man. A lot of horses and courses for you to explore, and take that as a treasure, because, like I said, when information overloads and reality gets in the way, sometimes traveling or going to your happy place, right? Whether it be, even Tapir, man, even at that casino, I know he likes to gamble a little bit. Yeah, if it's your happy place, you know what? Enjoy it. Enjoy that time, man, because one day you're gonna regret it when you're older and not have a chance to do it again, right? Or even travel the world. Enjoy those times, even at the casino, because you can you can still enjoy inner peace and zen, for sure. So it's a fun little thing to remember. No, just a little bit, but I pick up on every conversation. I see sometimes, I snoop around sometimes. I see you have those late nights at the casino in our channels on UUL, and I always check once a spin the wheel, try your luck. Yeah, it's like, listen, spin the wheel, try your luck. Same thing with a good travel thing. Yeah, good question, Ard. Real quick, man, these questions that Ard's given, I mean, this guy's the truth, man. These are some good questions. Can't lie. These are good.
Yeah. We'll keep going here with another one here. Next thing is, what was the rec basketball in the days of going KT from 2013 to 2019 playing?
Dude, those were oh my god. Okay, this is where I bring Nam into the conversation. I was talking to Nam because Nam knows now I do like rec football and rec basketball and all these rec leagues with the boys, and they've been on my high school mates, but they're gonna kill me. There's nothing's gonna beat the guys like Fernando, Omar, Derek. The stories were crazy, man. I was 14 years old, and like I said, I joined a team of guys that were 19, 20, 22, 23. There's one guy 28. I was 14, right? So Nam can kind of relate to this because he's kind of almost double my age. 10 years difference, or almost 12-year difference, I guess. Oh, Jesus. But I remember those days where I was the young puppy, and those guys were the older guard, the esteemed veterans and the esteemed legends. And man, I mean, it's you can invite Tapir back. Go ahead, but it was a crazy time, man, in my life. I those guys were just, they were different, man. They were all came from foreign parts of the world and were just very, very philosophical and inspirational. They cared more about the community and the game, I think, more than anything else, and the growth of being a player, but also the growth of being a human being. And that's what I loved about the group I had back then. I could, even at 15, I could talk to them about life and match them. And that was what really, I think they were so impressed. Even my coach was like, this guy knows all these great things at 14 years old. And damn, they're like, this guy can match it. And, the coolest story I have was when we won our final championship in 19. It was, I don't even know how many we had. I think we had 10 or 11. Because we used to do a lot of double seasons in 2013 through 16. I think there was 4 double seasons, so it was really, I think we won every season. It was just, the team was unbelievable. We had a monster team. We didn't lose many games. But I learned so much to accept to be a good winner. When we lost, I of course you hate losing, but I lose very well. If you notice when I lose to you, unless it's a straight gimmick, 30-card challenge, come on. Unless it's a gimmick like that where it's kind of silly. In a real game, even if I lose on card luck, I lost to Leah, for example, this year. What cards were my favorite? I can lose well because I know the fact that the matter is I'm in a good spot, and number 2, I need to be a leader. I need to be a leader of the locker room, leader of the clubhouse, and show the right people how to lose right, man. Anyone can win. Winning tastes great, okay, but when you do end up losing, it's not a loss. It's just a learning experience. And you just learn it and put it and file it away in your back pocket. So I had great stories, man. Derek, my boy Derek, I mean, he was 20 when we met. That was 2013? He wasn't 20. He was 19. So I talked to him, and he's Sandfer's age now, 30, yeah. And 30, 31, yeah. And he and I are good boys. Omar's about my age. No, not my age, a little older, 28, 29. Nando's about 32. So yeah, we all still hang. We're not hanging out. We still talk once in a while over text. But yeah, they're all married now, and some of them were kids. Coach Stevens, my buddy, shout out Coach. Not Coach Rogers, great guy, but Coach Stevens. He moved on, I think, from the league. I mean, he coached. He came in from Ohio, and he coached us very well. I think he went back to Ohio, but I still talk to him once in a while. So yeah, I still keep up with these guys. I have some crazy stories that I'll maybe share privately, but yeah, I'm not. I'll keep those private. But yeah, no, it's been a pleasure to play with those guys for years, and it's a brotherhood I've established. It's great. It's great. No longer can hear. You got me, Ard? Ard. Tapir? You got me, Yoshi? Okay. Eli, you got me? Oh boy. Ard, you got me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear Ard, but you can't hear me. Oh boy.
Tapir, you might need to leave.
Might be a Discord thing.
Yeah.
Who is red? No. Okay. Yeah, all good, all good, all good, all good. It's been a long one. We still got the recording. You know, have you still got the recording just in case, though? Yeah, I still have the recording. Yeah. No, it can't. No, it can't handle this knowledge, man. You're not going to hear this knowledge anywhere else. That's what it is. I still have the recording.
And we're still not done yet.
Oh my. This man Art came prepared to the party. Let's go to the next question, Art. That's my basketball years for sure.
Okay. Now here's the thing. You've been playing Uno for how long again? 20?
This is my 2002, 23rd, yeah, 2003 I started playing it, so 22, 23 years, yeah. Longer than most people.
Okay, yeah, here's the question. What are some cool stories about the Backyard Uno League?
Dude, those are great. I was 5, 6 years old playing guys 20 years older than me. Okay, neighbors, and they were 24, 25, right? Or even some of them 15, that are 35, 40s, in their 40s. And fortunately, a lot of them have moved on to the neighborhood, but yeah, we used to just play Backyard Uno. We would gather around a table and have weekly tournaments. I'd show up Friday nights, Saturday nights, just even Tuesday nights, just playing and just keeping up points tallies and seeing who had the most points at the end of the season. And in the summer, usually it was a summer thing. We would probably start it in May and finish it up late September. And I'm sorry, late May to early September, because then school started. And school starts late out here. We started back in after Labor Day, usually around September 5th, 6th, around there. But yeah, I have great stories with that. I really do. But honest to God, I think with those, to be honest with you, those stories and all that, I find that, yeah, I just personally find a lot of the stories with that specific Backyard League, it just taught me lessons of life. I learned how to be a leader from the older people. I did tell Yoshi and Tapir this, and I think I told Alan privately, and Nam as well. My life really was adults. What's up, Eli? Appreciate you, buddy. I really hung out with adults, man. I never hung out with people my age, you know. And to this day, I do hang out with people my age, but even then, not many. I hang out with more people, who are older than me because they trusted me, or you guys, right, who are a little younger, because I can relate to you guys more because I was once in those shoes. It's weird, man, because I'm in the legit start of the Gen Z, and I'm at the end of millennial. I can relate to both, but I can also relate to Gen Xers and even baby boomers. You know, it's weird. I can relate to almost every generation. So, except this new, I'm still having trouble with this Gen A, man. Gen A, I can't relate to. It's a little too young for me. Nom's an exception. Nom is an exception. Gen Alpha is I'm still learning, but this new generation, who knows? But it's really new. The Z's fine, but A, I know. A now it's Generation B. They got Beta coming in. Oh my god. Yeah, oh, that's hard. But I'm grateful to have lived in. It's basically more than millennial generation, man. It's definitely, it gets crapped on a ton, but you know what? It wasn't a bad generation. It built a lot of, I guess, it built a lot of withstandments in a sense, time withstandments, and I think I know now what one is. It's every generation is different, but back to this conversation of just the backyard league. I think the fact that I could talk to people and just pick up on things at 5-6 years old, because at that stage of your brain, you're a sponge. You're developing like a sponge, a starfish, right? You're soaking everything in. You're absorbing all the info, and without those years, I don't know if I am the person I am today. Right? I don't know if I speak this well. I don't know. I don't know if I linguistically speak this well and have that flow without those years, because those were important years of my brain development. Right? So, yeah, I definitely would say the Backyard League taught me a lot, and it was the core principles of really Grimland. I think the Backyard League to me is Grimland. It reminds me a lot of Grimland, because Grimland is fun, have fun, enjoy it, and that's what the BL was. The old TRBL, the old times we were BL League, was my town. The old Shore BL League was great, and yeah, I feel like I'm recreating that here with you guys, which is cool, because I do miss those days, but we'll save some of the good stories maybe for a league night or something. What's that old meme? The old man's gonna have some stories, right? Boss gonna have story. We'll have a story time with Boss one day. I appreciate that, though.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Have one of those sorts of nights.
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's keep on moving here, and this one's going to be an interesting one.
Oh boy.
Here's the thing: you always seem to know more about people than we do you. So here's the question: what is the secret mystery behind that?
Oh man, that's true. I always want to hold an ace of spades in my back pocket. Tonight, obviously, you got to explore a little bit about me and who I am, for sure. But at the end of the day, man, it goes back to what I said earlier. I want to know you more than I want to know me. Because even though I know myself, I'm confident in my abilities. Clay really mentioned, Clay's not, I wish he was here, but Clay said this to me in high school, and he's the only guy in the league, and Jay Money as well. Justin is his real name. I met them in high school. They said that you have this innate ability to be yourself, not realize what you're doing, yet you have this ability to pick up on things where I feel like I've known you forever. I never knew what that meant until Yoshi said it, and a lot of people have been saying it recently. Monkey has said it before in the past. Ard, you said it. I'd rather be a mystery, even though I kind of explored my interview here, and I did my time tonight. I still rather have a little bit of mysterious vibes about me, and leave you guys guessing, because success leaves clues. Right? At the end of the day, I like to believe what I've created here is successful, and Well, I've done my life successful to this point, and it leaves clues. So we're playing a game of Clue, and just it's up to you to figure it out, right? It's up to you to figure out what we're trying to convey here. It's that simple, man. I think if I can hold an ace of spades in my back pocket and not explain everything, and I always explain what I'm doing and where I'm going, my next move, you got to figure it out. It's not a bad thing. But for you, or anybody, I try to get to know who you are as a person at the time. I really listen a lot and conversate where you're at, what I can help you with, and make you a better person, for sure. I want to make you a better person, and I want you to know that I got your back without really spilling my tea or agenda into your prophecy, I guess. It's an innate ability. I'm not sure, because I see a lot of the fan mail. I see a lot of the compliments I get. I appreciate everything, man. I really do. I want you guys to know this happens to me a lot in real life. Yoshi can back me up on this. I mean, I was just helping. Yoshi, you can unmute, buddy. I was just helping just two people. I remember two people when we met at the locker room, or the lockers at the go-kart facility, man. And next thing you know, these two people were on my right shoulder. I didn't know them. Patted me on the back. All I was just doing was just helping with the locker, right? It was just two women. They were like, well, thank you. Okay. It's hilarious. I was like, okay. But I had this innate ability to where I can just connect with people. And Yoshi said it best, because I've been there. I think it's just I've been there, Art. At the end of the day, everybody here is younger than me, right? Yoshi's 19, Tapir's 21, 22. Eli's in his early 20s now. Knob's the youngest guy here. Alan's 23, I think. Luke's about Red's 18. I'm 27 years old almost. Right? So, and Ard, you're 21, right? 22? Around there? Yeah.
23.
20, okay, so you're about Alan's age. Right. Everyone's younger here than me. But at the same time, let's not forget, we did interview Sandfer and JT, who are a little bit older than me, right? But the difference between Sandfer, JT, and let's say Seth Cole, even, who's 33 and Fitzy, they have life experiences. But I've been around the block more, right? I always joke with myself, and even sometimes I say this to my parents, we're our age. I'm not going to say their age, but we all are our age. But I feel our soul has lived this earth years, beyond comprehensible years. I feel like I've been on the planet for almost 200 years. My soul has been on this planet for 200 years. Deep down. I really believe that, because I wouldn't be gifted with the innate ability to have all this attention and all this knowledge and understanding. And Cody Smart made a good question. It's probably going to be the first question I have with the industries. I wouldn't be able to know every industry as much as I do and know how to connect with people without having a little bit of reincarnation from the soul. So, yeah. Now I'll go to you. Your thoughts on that, man. Another question of the innate ability, because you first met me as Vince Freeze, and now KT. You want to talk about the evolution, man? A little bit of the mystery and how I always play off with that. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like, wait, say that again? So I can understand.
Sorry about that. When I was VF there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. All right. Yeah, because I first met him when that was his. I first met him as Vince Freeze. I mean, I think I only knew his other account when I joined the Uno League. So, essentially, the story, I guess, behind how we crossed paths. I mean, Um, so in my first, I think it was my first files since I came back, or one of the first files since I like came back after like a while. It was a myth season. I in my first round, I placed for like I think literally a space like one of the first round of the season. Vince Freeze was right next to me, or I think we were adjacent placements. Um, and then I guess he used that as a talking point and like DM'd me, and I was like, oh, that's cool. Um, I feel like from that point we kind of like talked a little bit every now and then. Uh, I wanted him to do well when I saw him competing. Uh, we never like we didn't talk too much. It was just kind of like a little bit of back and forth, which honestly is more than a lot of people. So I still think that's pretty significant. Um, yeah, I mean the trials I remember him playing, and like I always enjoyed seeing him prize and stuff, and like there's always this catchphrase in at G's, and when G did his trial, it was like hashtag Team Vince, because like everyone was rooting for him to like whenever he loses, it's like oh free Vince or something like. Those were good times. I feel like in a way you were kind of a fan favorite, and then I think and yeah, it's like there wasn't much more to it, but it was interesting like I felt like there was something there, like like he's someone I could talk to if I wanted to. I mean, I never really did like that, but I always like enjoyed the times he reached out to me and whatnot. And then I guess I mean, and then after I played in Mist's first Uno League, then he DM'd me again, like, oh, do you like Uno, or do you like this league, an Uno League? And then he kind of slowly transitioned into inviting me into this league. So it's funny how like I guess we found something in common, being placing very close to each other in one of my first trials since like I came back from Discord. Ended up kind of resulting in me being here. I feel like I don't. Well, I'm sure he probably would have reached out to me at some point in Myths Uno, since I played a Myth. I would have played a Myths Uno League pretty much every season. We would have crossed paths at some point, but knowing that it was all the way back then, I thought it's like interesting now how it's come to this. Um, Definitely, he was definitely mysterious at the time. I didn't know much about him. I just like I feel like I respected him in a way. Um, and yeah, it was definitely it was definitely interesting seeing how like it kind of developed into all this.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I gotta close this drawer. It's so out the door. But I don't know. That question is very. It's hard to say because I like to have social proof on that question. Tapir can kind of back me up now. I'm Luke and Red in a way. Well, I guess I could say Red. Tapir's not really a good example because I did meet him last year, and Yoshi I'd known for 7 years. I want to talk about Luke I've known for now 2 years, right? I've seen him around now. I feel like I've known him for 3 because of 2023. But I guess Red would be a good example. We just met, and unfortunately our first interactions were kind of sad because he was asking me all these questions, and I told him, just relax, buddy. Just take it easy, man. The old Drake and Joe, take it easy, And no, chill out, man. You gotta chill. It's all good. You're a kid. Now I know. Now I honest to God, when I first met you, I thought, oh, dude, this guy's got that ninja profile. I'm thinking he must have been born in the early 90s. He must be in his 30s, man. He's one of those crackheads, man. That I know, like one of those business crackheads. Then I didn't know he was 18. So he's still a young kid, but yeah, no, I mean, it's funny, man, because we both have Southeast Asian blood in us. You have Vietnamese, I have part Thai, but we're completely different worlds apart, right? I like everything calm as a cucumber, ice cold, chilly in a good way, but know when to turn the heat up. You're a firecracker, man. You're going all over the place with this and that. Scheduling 2030. I'm like, whoa. I can't handle all that. That's too much. But no, all joking aside, good question, Ard. Social proof's probably the best evidence for that, for sure.
Yeah, I get that. All right. Let's move on to the next one.
Man, how many we got? Let's keep it going.
This is my last one, okay? We'll get to the fan mail after this question, so here we go. For my last question, what are some things we may not have mentioned before we get into fan mail and any hidden talent you may possess?
You know what? Let's get into the fan mail, because that's usually the last question.
Okay. So we'll say that for the end. Let's go to the fan mail. Because, again,
that question I always do at the end of each show. That's probably
okay.
Yeah.
Do my bad.
That's after the fan mail. That one I gave. Okay, I gave you one question. That was it. Okay. Yeah, that was the one question I gave you. You're good.
We'll move on to the fan mail, actually. So here we go. I went all the way up to the top, and we're gonna start off with your buddy Cody Smart.
Holy cannoli! 4-hour limit. My OBS is still going. You're good. Restart.
Okay. So, Cody Smart asks, if there's anything I want to ask, it has to be about your business model. You manage to be professional in any industry. This is a special talent, but what's the special talent and how it's impacted you as a person rather than a leader?
Well, Red, the good news is if you can't be here, it's all good, because at least we had the recording. Nah, don't worry about it. We do have the recording on file, so I might upload this one to YouTube. This one might deserve it. Might get uploaded. Anyway.
Bye.
Great question, Cody Smart. Here's the thing I'll say. You know, any industry, it doesn't matter what. Cody Smart. I'll bring him up.
Okay, I'll bring up Cody Smart. Luckily, Cody, we were on your question.
Yeah, Cody Smart. What's up, brother? How you doing, man? I'm answering your question.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I was just going back and forth with VCs here for a little bit, but yeah.
All right. Here's your answer to your question, man. First off, fantastic question. I love questions like this because it really makes the interviews go around. But anyway, here's how I'll answer this. The reason why I'm professional in any industry, Cody Smart, it's simple. If you're not putting on a good first impression, did you really put on an impression at all? And think about that, right? Because you may not know a lick of it, okay? You may not know. Let's say we're in industry. I don't know anything about. Well, give me a good example. Let's see. What's something I don't know about very well? Entertainment. I don't know a lick about the entertainment industry. I don't know what the top shows are. I don't know anything, okay? But at the same time, what I do know is I have 2 ears. And I can listen. I can listen in on that industry and gain insightful knowledge. And maybe I don't have to know everything and be an expert, but if I just know a little bit, it's probably knowing more than the average person that may not know a lick about it. And then what industry I do know, whether it be communication or sports or management or hosting or being a leader, business, media, whatever, I'm the expert, man. There is no special talent. I know how to be professional. However, in any situation, it doesn't matter if it's big or small. It can be whatever, right? It can be you messed up, Red messed up, whatever. You always have to be professional. And that's the beauty of life. If you can put on a good first impression, man, and be professional and understand the human element, you're going to raise your leadership game. You're going to raise every little detail about life. And that is the beauty of success and the impression aspect of industries. So don't be afraid, man. And the great thing about, if you want to learn this too, and this goes for anybody in this call, if you want to learn to be professional in any industry and you don't know the industry, take a seat back. Listen. Just listen to what the expert is saying, and you don't even have to be in it. Just pick up a couple key points, and you will be in a much better position than just not knowing anything. The last thing the one thing I hate, it's a small pet peeve, is when you don't have an answer. And I'm guilty of this too. Sometimes I'll say, damn, I don't have the answer right now. Well, I really should say, I'm going to learn. And I've been trying to do that more a lot. Because remember, I do a lot of industries. I mean, I go to a speaking engagement. I kid you not, Tapir, and Yoshi, I probably got to learn about 20 industries off the fly. I've got to do a lot of homework when I go to these events. It's not easy, but I enjoy the process, and the average experience is fun. So it's going to be a great lesson, no, for sure. It's Cody Smart. But your thoughts, Cody Smart, and did I satisfy your request, man? Just for sure.
Yeah, I feel like that pretty much goes within the ballpark, because I mean, first of all, like, I'm kind of rushing myself, so I mean, this is still good info regardless. I'll give you that one.
You have other,
and
did you have another question, or is that it? I think that was it, right?
I feel like that was it. But yeah, I just wanted to, how were you able to pretty much bring in this charisma, per se? But this pretty much fits it in right there with the first impression, just remain professional the rest of the time. I mean, probably something like I've been missing, like a portion of the piece I've been missing, something like that. I mean, I make good first impressions, but they're never long-lasting impressions. Yet you somehow managed to do it off the fly, so...
Yeah, it's I'm grateful, man. I'm grateful. Like I said, charisma and charm. It's you can ask Pro Check right there. He's seen it firsthand. I'll give it to him before we go to the next fan mail question. You know, the charisma I bring in and the energy I bring in. That's just natural. That's all natural, man. Sometimes there's the old expression. Sometimes you got a smile and it lights up the room. I just got that energy that lights the room up, right? And that's why we can sit on a 4-hour call tonight, for sure.
Yeah.
That is so much true right there.
But
and really,
good questions, man, for real. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good correlation there by Cody Smart. We'll move on to the next person, and luckily it's a guy that you mentioned several times during this, so far in this interview, Andreas Allen.
Is he around? No, don't. He's on vacation in Texas. We have the audio. We'll clip him. Don't worry. I'll send it to him.
Anyway, we got he actually has 3 questions for this first part. So, you want to go one at a time, or do you want to answer them all?
Yeah, I'll go 4. I think he asked something else. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he had another question.
Yeah, we'll group them all. Group them all. That's fine.
Group them all together? Okay, we'll first start off with, what's the secret to your longevity in the game of Uno Man?
Okay. Secret to longevity? I don't know. That's a good question. That's a damn good question. I'm not sure. I think I just enjoy the game. I don't ever see myself leaving, retiring. Now, granted, in my own league, if I win enough, like if I get 2 or 3 super leagues, maybe if I win enough, I might just say, okay, passing out the torch to the kids. But then again, the small ego in me is like, man, I can still hang with these guys. I don't feel old at all. I'm just like a 10-year-old. So, I don't know. I don't feel old, man. Like I said, I know a lot of people my age are in different life. I mean, unfortunately, it's a sad reality, unfortunately. I mean, people my age, when I graduated, I'm about to have a 10-year high school reunion in 2 years. A lot of them got married or have kids, and some are just, not in a good spot right now. So, they age different than me. I'm single and I'm feeling good, so I can't complain. But no, there's no longevity secret to the game. It's just passion for sure. To answer that one.
All right. Next up, I think you might have touched on this one earlier, but
this one, I'll go ahead. I can't. I mean, Thailand for sure is number one. Thailand, Italy, or Thailand or Italy are my number 1 or 2 places for G. Thank you for coming back in. Yeah, I think that's a simple one. I mean, I love everywhere I've been. I mean, there's no doubt. I've been so happy, Ard, and so blessed to go to such beautiful parts of the world with beautiful people. And yeah, I'm just grateful, man. I'm 100% grateful for the places I visit. What I got going on for sure.
all right, so we'll just go to the next one. And this one I think you might like. Is there any player you haven't played yet you would want to play?
I played a lot. I played almost 40 players in the league because I'm 24 and 13 plus Super League. I think it's a no-brainer, man. I want to play my boy Sean Ard.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I want to play you, buddy. I think it'd be really cool. You know, we never played yet, and it's hard to believe because you've been here since the start and haven't played. So, yeah, I like to play you or Yoshi. I think Yoshi's number one. I would like to play. Tapir and I played Nam. Heat check the heat checker. Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right.
I want to play the heat check for sure. He had one more question, right?
Yeah, he had one more question, and I think this one's an interesting one as well. Any secrets to a good mental health and physical health?
Yeah, this is a good one. Physically and mentally, hard to say because I'm always locked in, man. You know, I as I said, I'm dialed in. I'm locked to the core. I'm just always good. But physically, I work out like a beast. I mean, I work out every day. I work out actually, if I can. Now there are days where I'll rest, but I'm always doing exercise, whether it be push-ups, sit-ups, calisthenics. I do light weights. I don't do the 100-pound weight. I do 20-pounder weights. That's it. One of my favorite exercises. Do not try this at home. I take the weight in my right hand and I swing it to my left hand, and I swing it to my right hand again. I just keep swinging back and forth. What it does is just builds my shoulders and my neck. I'm not G and Yoshi. No, I'm not the tallest guy in the world. I'm only 5'6", 5'7". I'm really small, but I'm definitely built. I've definitely built up more for sure. I definitely take my fitness and yeah, I'm pretty small guy. But you see me, man. I have massive. My muscles are, my neck muscles are big. I got cat. Obviously, Emmy with the stupid calf thing. I do have big calf muscles, sure. But I'm a small guy, but looks can be deceiving, right? Because I'm built like a Bruce Lee. Definitely more small but compact. And I thank the training I do. And then for health, I mean, my diet, man. Oh my God, it's strict as heck. It's in a weird way, it's strict, but it's not strict. It's strict for the average guy. I mean, I have salad, no take back clause in the sense. Gotta have salad twice a week. Gotta have fish twice. Chicken is on my diet. It's usually salad, fish, chicken, Thai food, or pasta. That's about it. And then it's a lot of fruit. I have a lot of fruit. Big fruit guy. Well, smoothies for sure. Some MRE, of course. And what else do I eat? I don't really eat much sugary stuff. I'm a big popcorn guy, so tonight I didn't have any, but I always make a bag of popcorn fresh, no butter. what is it? Only salt, pepper, olive oil. That's it. Salt, pepper, olive oil. Sometimes cayenne pepper. Yeah, I gotta stay lean, man, like a racehorse. I'm lean like a racehorse, man, for sure. But I definitely take physical and mental well-being to the core, for sure. Thank you for the questions, Alan. You'll hear this in the recording, man.
All right, we'll move on to the next person, and it's Leah.
Maybe, Red. Someone pinged Leah, but I think she did say, someone pinged her for sure in the chat.
All right, I guess while that is happening,
Just say,
let me ask.
Yeah, question's gonna be answered or something.
Yeah, let me give you Leah's question. You have a solid chunk of life experience on many here. What advice can you offer to younger members of the league when it comes to three things: starting a business, making genuine connections with people, and traveling the globe?
Well, we kind of answered one of those, I think. What was it? Traveling the globe we answered, right? I think... Yeah, that one we answered because I said everyone should do it. Everyone should once in your life, always important to travel. There's no doubt. Always travel it. Thank you for checking, by the way, Red. I'm on my phone now. Thank you for check marking everything. So I would say there's Leah. Leah, what's going on? I'm answering your question. Ard. Invite her up for sure.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Leah on up.
Yeah, for sure. I always love these fan mail questions and invite people up, give them a little experience. No problem, Rebel. Well, your question's at the end. You're the last question, boy. You're good. But yeah, Leah, I say for you, I'll start with traveling. We kind of discussed that during the interview. Yeah, make the effort to travel for sure. I think traveling the globe is important. But if you can't travel the globe, because I understand everyone's at a different stage of life, travel inside your state. Start small, and then start exploring a little bit on the back end for sure. Starting a business, if you have something that you like, let's say, I don't know, maybe something you like in art or design or fashion or whatever, right? We'll say floats your boat. Go ahead and chase it for that. That's the one thing I say. Trial by error. Do a little fire starter. Go for a little bit of a practice project in a sense. So have a small business model. Maybe do like a mock startup in a sense of, okay, what I gotta do to... That's what I did to build my business. I did a mock startup. I said, okay, I'm going to start it up, and this is what the platform's going to be. I XYZ'd it. And really just the same thing with this league, right? It takes time to grow. This league, ironically, the business and my speaking gig, I'll start in 23. I have a 5-year plan with each one of those. So really the 5-year plan won't be, I guess, solidified till 2028. So I'm only year 3 into this. Entering year 3, entering year 4, but I always give it an extra year because the first year's kind of hard. So I don't have any expectations till 2028. Then I'll start reevaluating what's going on. 27, 28, I'll start evaluating. But for a business, start with a mock plan and go from there. Connecting, honest to God, it's harder and harder to make genuine. I get it because of technology. Find common ground. It's the most important thing. Yoshi G can kind of relate this when we met to make a genuine connection. We all were in TWOW. We were all in other things, and G and I like racing, and Yoshi, I know he's big with Smash and of course Mario Bros and all that. We found common ground in just talking, right? In Tapir, common ground in being league owners, and common ground with me and Red, and just awful mistakes. Nam and I are interesting because we actually have common ground in other areas of life, but we also connect very well. But yeah, I say find common ground, and then when you have that common ground, build on that relationship. It takes time, just like a flower to grow. And as you go from there, you can really make it happen. I mean, I like to keep up with everybody, and I know you have a good relationship with your friend Tanya, right? You joined the league, right? You got her into the league playing a lot of practice Uno, right? When you first started, so I did know that. So yeah, take whatever you did with Tanya or whoever is close to you in your life and kind of find common ground and do it with other people, right? And then for the people that, let's say, you don't have common ground with, that's good too, because then you can really explore yourself into different avenues. I don't know. I can't speak for I can't speak for you because I know you did that job interview, but that's a good example. Where maybe you don't know the interviewee or the interviewer, and you're the interviewee. You can have some side convo, build up a little relationship, and you can secure a job there that way. Yeah, and that could be a connection down the road, depending if you get it. But you always keep your options open. To kind of summarize, do a mock startup plan for the business. Always have good expectation. And traveling, like I said, I that one. I get it. Not everyone's in the situation where you can just go to Europe or something, right? But if you can travel in state and start building connections there and start learning the process there, you know what? It could pay off in the end. So yeah, that's my advice. Feel free to. Is that good? Is there any follow up questions? I'm here. Let me know. Now's your time. But hope that really helps you, my friend.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. I mean, that's all some really good advice. If I guess if I were more awake, I might have more potential follow-up questions. But as of right now, I think I'm happy with that. But thank you so much. I'll definitely keep all of that in mind, and I'm so glad I could have the opportunity to ask you.
Yeah, DM. Always DM me for sure. I mean, I am always I'm always reachable if you ever have any life questions or. That was it, right? Or did she have any more questions, or that was it, right? I don't think she.
I think that was it for Leah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that was.
Thank you, my friend. I know some people asked. I know Tapir asked more, so I'm just trying to find. There's so many. I really do appreciate this for sure. But thank you, my friend. Always DM me if you have anything concerns, and of course, have a good sleep as well. I know it's getting late. We've been at this for 5 hours now.
And we're
good 5 hours though. Good 5 hours. Great 7-hour session.
Yeah, let's move on to the next fan mail question, and we're gonna go to background character.
He might be up. No, never mind. I'm not picking him. He's 4 in the morning over
here. Let's not. Anyway, background asks, as one of the busier people of the league, as well as having a lot of responsibility inside and outside, any advice on a work-life balance?
This is a really good question. Hi, boss, recording this show. I will DM answer or send recording. Yeah. Regardless, I guess I'll just say that to the people that don't, do it. Work-life balance. Listen, that's an ongoing thing, Ard. I hate to say it, but there's no linear answer to that. I hate to say it. When you look at work life, it's pretty simple. Your work is your work. Okay, it sounds cliche, but your work is your work. That's your business. That's your time to grind. I know his schedule sucks because, well, it sucks. It's very hard to find his time. He usually plays on the weekends, so he's probably, I'm going to assume a 9 to 5er, or maybe a guy, not 9 to 5 or whatever hours he has, he works whatever. Let's just say 8 or 9 hour days. And the moments I've talked to him, I could tell he's just looking for a little escape from reality. And the best advice I can give you, BC, man, whatever is in your personal free time, your hobbies, make sure you incorporate it into your schedule. Find time, because like I said, we were going through that budget, the timing budget earlier in the program, which I think was the most important thing of this program, in my opinion. And you have 9 hours of sleep, and maybe he doesn't get 9. Let's say he gets 7, and he's got 17 hours. Okay, 8-hour shift. That's 15 hours cut right there. Meals 16 and a half, 17, right? Completely cut. And then maybe he's got some alone time. Let's say he's got 5-6 hours a day, okay? Still remaining. And what he can do in those 5 to 6 hours is find something really that he enjoys and incorporate it. A great example where I always say is I love gardening. It's one of my secret hobbies. I love to garden. I love to or cut the lawn. Just cutting lawns, gardening, yard work. I love yard work. It's refreshing. It's cool. I mean, I don't mind breaking a sweat at a 95-degree day, just going out there and getting my mind right. It sounds crazy, but that's just what I enjoy. And I always incorporate it into the program. You know, I always incorporate it into the program, and I do love a good old-fashioned sweat. And for background, he's got to find what he enjoys and what he loves, and after work or maybe on a weekend, incorporate it. And if he can do that, he'll find balance is easier than expected. But yeah, everyone's different. I think work-life balance is it's an interesting topic, but it's really up to the person to make it happen per se, for sure.
All right, yeah. I see what you mean by that. Anyway, wow. I guess we'll go to the next fan mail question.
Listen, you're trying your best to come up with answers, but when you have a 5-hour interview, we said a lot of damn good nuggets here tonight, so I get it. I understand.
Yeah, there's been a lot of good stuff here, and really, I kind of like hearing what the fans have been asking here. And really, I'm interested with this Nets fan mail question, because we got Ridley next. And Ridley has put out, burnout is one of the most overlooked aspects of anything in life, especially something that you do on a consistent basis. I know firsthand that burnout exists with games like this, not only within a staff, but within a player base as well. What is the MRE approach towards preventing burnout among staff and players? And when you notice burnout, what is the approach to help solve it?
Yeah, bring him up. Bring Ridley up if he wants. Only if he wants. You can bring him up. You don't got to talk, but you can bring him up to the stage for sure. This is good. This is a great question. And I really thank the player base, man, because that's what drives me. Like I said tonight, I talked about this in the interview too. We just have a unique ability to get people in the right place for the staff portion. Okay, the staff, we have the ability to delegate time to where it's not thanks, G. Yeah, I'll look at it later, man. I'm sorry. Long night. Trust me, I'll look at it, but I'll look at it when I can. Thank you, my friend. No worries, really, by the way. Yeah, thank you for DMing me that. You can just message. No issue at all. You can just message the Pro Check stage. But we have a unique ability, really, to be honest with you, that a lot of people envy. Because we have an ability to delegate time and allow the staff to pick the games they want at their own leisure. So for the staff, if they want to ref a 9 o'clock game and they're a morning person, we have morning games. We have afternoon games. We have all-night games. We have enough time in a day to where we can allocate and dedicate time to a point where no one will get burnt out from the staff. Now, a player perspective, it's pretty simple. Really, with the player perspective, honest to God, everyone has a common mission. And I hope the guy who experiences this when you come to D1, Tapir's had the humble ability to. Nam has had the humble ability. I've been here now 3 times potentially to go to Super League. It's Super League, man. It's the ticket. It's the golden ticket. It's like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. It's the same thing. You go to Super League, it's the golden ticket. I know you are, man. But trust me, the reason why I say it's a completely different league, trust me. And Yoshi can attest to this because he runs D2. D1 is like it literally is the red carpet. You get everything rolled out. It's complete. There's no scheduling threads. It's KT takes care of you. The team takes care of you. Scheduling is done in 30 seconds. And you have a goal with proper ways to win on resume and quads. Sandfer does a great thing. we spend, Sandfer and I can attest this, we spend 5 hours on bracket meeting. 5 hours! Me and him. We go through blacklists, we go through potential matchups, we go through what's going to cook, what's going to make the best excitement. We handcraft that puppy to make sure it's the perfect product. So that right there is enough motivation for me to cook. And then, really with the players, they do the rest, man. Tapir, Yoshi, Red, yourself, Luke, Nam, Ard, G when he was here, Tagoe, all these players, man, shout out to them, because they also got to show up on time and put the work in. And then when they do that, chef's kiss. So yeah, at the end of the day, a lot of factors to summarize. Definitely just the labor of love, the flexibility, damn good player base, and the host is passionate. I mean, I'm just straight passionate. I just don't get burnt out. And, you know, Art has known me for years. Tapir has known me for a couple years. Yoshi's known me for 7 years. Nam's known me for a couple, right? You can hear it in my voice. I just don't get burnt out. Because it's the people, man. It's the people make the difference. People win championships. People win everything. And if it wasn't for the people, man, I wouldn't do what I do. And I know you and Tapir are in the same damn boat with the UUL, unfortunately, with the schedule. Listen, I love that league. And I told Tapir, I love the format you guys have with it. But the scheduling, man, it's just, oh my God, it's terrible. And I'm not trying to throw Red under the bus, man. I'm not trying to throw no one under the bus over there when we had our issues, but it's taken a labor of love out of the game that I used to love, right? And I can't even fathom, you know. Same thing with rock, paper, scissors, because you told me some of the stories out there. It's not good, right? And I've offered to correct some things and just try to make things better, but I'm going to try to help as much as I can, man. Obviously, I don't want this to turn into MRE 5.0. No, but at the same time, if I have the experience and I have the knowledge, I have the hosting etiquette, Caesar as well. Caesar's my boy, competition director. Love that guy. Why not use us, right? And I'm really open. I'm really open to just help you guys out, man. I really am. And I understand it could ruffle some feathers and people may be a little sour about it, but at the end of the day, is that really what you want the lasting impression to be? I always think about that. Change is inevitable, especially when things aren't working. You want to make sure you have that change and drive it home, because if you don't, man, that's tough. But I really hope that you and Tapir, I can hope to work with you guys and, you know, can get you guys back to where you want to be in your respective leagues. But to answer the question, what makes this league different is just we just don't get burnt out here. We really just put the work in, and we just put the time in, and I thank everybody here. You guys are all part of the family, and it's gonna be a great time. I'll tell you, when you get up here and enjoy the ride. Just enjoy the ride, because we got a long way to go. We're just getting started, and I promise you, for sure, brother. Yeah, anytime, man. And listen, I'm not always gonna be 100% around, but a DM a day, you know, whatever you need, just let me know. I'll always make the time for the fans and the people, and just give me a buzz, and you know I'll answer pretty damn quick. I mean, you can ask Tapir and even yourself. I answer pretty fast. My response time is pretty centralized when it comes to DMs. Those are important. Those are the most important things to me. Those DMs, I'll get back to you right away. It's important to me. Your time is important. I'd rather answer a DM quick than, let's say, something going on the server or in the lounge, because that can wait. But a DM is personal and private, and that's... And I always tell you, privacy is number one, right? At the end of the day, a personal matter is always number one. And that's important to me, for sure. For sure. Art?
Yeah.
Oh, you good? Say you
Man.
lost it.
I'm still here. I was listening to that because, yeah,
And you've been here since the
it's
start,
really.
man. You've been here since the culture's just different here, for sure.
There's been a lot of things that have changed with this whole thing since day one. Since day one, there's been things that have just changed. And really, really for everyone, it is a huge improvement. So it's been really good. And that question was a good one. I kind of like that one.
Friend. Thank you. That's humbling.
We'll move on to the next one here. It's one of your good buddies again. How about Vapor?
Oh yeah.
With a question here. Vapor has asked the question, and his question is, how does being a businessman help you in Uno? Reading others' lids, understanding others' perspectives, and using that to your advantage.
He also asked me a follow-up question. He DM'd me one. I have to find it too. It was where is it? Oh, hold on 1 minute. Yeah, no problem, man. You have a great night, really. Thank you for that question, man. We'll keep in touch, my friend. Thank you. All love, man, and yeah, hang out with that family always. He asked, "How does religion affect your life?" Okay. I'll start.
Religion.
I'll start with the question though at hand, and I'll get to religion in a second. I don't really know. The business element. Here's what I'll say. When it comes to Uno, the only thing I can really describe with it is just psychological warfare. Uno is a mind game in a way. So I guess the mind games, the way you have to be cutthroat sometimes in business, I understand, especially when you don't want to hold your cards and be too transparent, for sure. But regardless, I'm not really one to say that my business experience has helped me. I hate to say it. It's just not true. I can't say what I learned in business is just gonna sniff out Uno, right? It's just a completely different thing. It's comparing an apple and an orange. Now, the only thing that's apple to apple in that relationship is those post-game questions. You know how Seth or Short asked me a question. I play some games, there's no doubt. I have some funny answers. If I win and if I lose, hey man, that's what they got. It happens, right? I play some funny answers, but there's that old trick of you don't know what I'm doing. How many times have you seen me draw and it's like, oh, he ran out of color? Did he? What? yeah. It's not an easy style to learn. If I had to teach it my style, it's very hard to learn. I actually learned it well, but it's about it. But regardless, I don't know if I could say my business experience has 100% helped me, but it's given me a lot more, I guess, back information on perspective of other people, for sure. As for this next question, obviously, you guys should know I'm a big believer in God, of course, the universe as well. He's always with us, and I try not to always share those views to people who don't believe. I respect the people who don't. At the end of the day, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. I respect everyone's views. I keep religion personal in my chest. I thank God for everything. I thank my family, the universe, for everything. He sees all, and He is our creator, and it means a lot. But at the same time, I understand, like I said, with the family thing. I know Tapir's big with religion too. I know he goes to church a lot. Vapor is a humongous religion guy. At the same time, I completely get it, though. I know a lot of people may have not had that experience with the Lord, and it's just like family. Maybe not everyone's had that experience with family, so I try to keep those religious beliefs to a minimum, right? I try to say the bare minimum. I recognize Easter. Oh yeah, 100%. He definitely is. He's a good man. He's going to be doing. I think he's going. He's taking. He's doing missionary trips. That's why he's leaving the league. And absolutely, he has every right though. Because honest to God, Red, the reason why you can understand us, because this is all life lessons, man. These are all great life lessons. There's no language barrier to just real life lessons, man. That's the beauty of it. There's always something in that said. Everyone can speak a different language, but there's also a language of just common sense and commonality. But Vapor's a great guy. I have nothing but respect to him and what he stands for. And exactly, man. That's really what it is. It's important because it makes someone accountable, and there's always the greater out there and the great beyond. And, it's important to me, though. It definitely is. I always say a prayer to those in need every night. I'm pretty sure I say a prayer every night before I go to bed. Just thank God for what He's given me, and I think about those people in need, man, or even just people like Alan, for example, who lost his job. I was praying for him every night till he's get back on his feet, man. And damn, it hits hard when it's one of your own people. I think, or one of your own league members. So definitely, you guys, when stuff goes wrong, I'm always thinking about you. Eric losing his dad is terrible. Jeff Bolton lost his, and losing a family match is terrible. That's or Clint when he lost his a family member. I think about those guys all night. So great question, Vapor. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I can understand the whole keeping religion sort of private and
absolutely
really. And look, not everyone believes in certain religions and all that, and that's fine. I have my own belief in a religion, and that's it. Yeah. And really, it is good to understand that you don't need to have that sort of thing, but as long as you understand a lot of personal things with how being there with someone with their shoulder, and how you were saying you pray for people at night, at least they know, hey, there is at least someone who is trying to be that sort of comfort, per se. So that's a really good thing there.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
All right, let's move on to the next fan mail question, and we'll go to Charles Sandford.
Oh boy.
And here's his question: how do you manage to properly balance your time between Uno, your business ventures, and your many wives?
Oh my god. Okay, we already discussed Sandfer. Where is that fool?
I don't think he's here right now.
Oh my god.
He's online, but I don't know if we want to ping him in here.
I'm calling him right now.
All right, we're gonna get a call into Charles Sanford. Oh boy.
To answer your question, get your butt here. Alright, anyway, I don't know. That was my attempt at being funny. The business ventures, like I said, it's the BIR. I budget, I invest and respect the time. It's not hard to manage. It's not hard. It really isn't, because I'm now year 3 into this project. It's almost becoming, it's not close to autopilot, but it's getting very easy to manage my time now, at least with the league and my other ventures, believe it or not. And another thing too, it helps, is I'm not at every game anymore. I don't join many non-streams anymore. After dark, I usually don't stay up late. I'll make exceptions for something passionate like this. I'll stay up late because it's fun and I enjoy it. But yeah, for the most part, I don't stay up late much. So yeah, it just allows me to be free. The many wives stuff, man. I mean, that whole thing is the whole joke with that is, when me and him do a you know, a bracket meeting, my phone blows up. My phone blows up. So he you know, he you kind of get where he's going. Is that your wife? Is that there he is? There he is.
There he
Yeah,
is.
bring this guy up. Bring this joker up.
I'm bringing him up. Get up here, Sandfer.
Come on,
Get up
come
here.
on, buddy.
Get up here.
Well,
he literally asked for it.
hey, well, good news. Your buddy Cody Smart's not here. But anyway, no, I mean, Sandfer and I can kind of relate to this, man. When we do the bracket meetings, how many times do I get a phone call? And he always, is that your, what is that, wife number 20? I mean.
Well, no, you start saying spam call and then like, oh, well, it's your wife's call.
Yeah. Yeah, no, so, you know, well, listen, it's, there's no doubt. I mean, there's no doubt. Let's not beat around the bush. I met Yoshi and these two women were all over me. So it happens. There are times where I get that. I do get a lot of looks from the ladies, but I try to keep it humble right now. I'm more just low key about it right now. You know what I'm saying? There'll be a time for that when I settle in. But I'm still a tiger, man. But no, good questions. All joking aside, Sam. Really, I manage my time really well, man. You know, I was able to find time, and I got your text. So yeah, we'll do the bracket meeting on Tuesday. That's no big deal. You got a sub now? You subbing now?
Oh
wow.
They do summer leagues.
Okay. What summer league you doing?
It's just a little Monday league thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you were subbing.
I don't always make it down there.
Right.
The first time I subbed on it, then someone said, the team I was bowling with said, the guy said, "Oh, I'm gonna be out of town on like the 14th, so if you wanna sub for me that day."
Okay. Yeah, then we'll just do the bracket meeting Tuesday. That's fine. Maybe Sunday if I have time. It depends, like I said, on what my schedule is. But yeah, good question, buddy. Thanks for the joke. It's been a deep interview, so I know my little joke. No problem. Trust me.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be the last joke that we're gonna get.
No.
All right, well, let's move it on. Though we got.
My man.
Actually, we got another guy who's actually in here.
Tapir, yeah.
Tapir. All right, he has 3 separate questions.
All right, let's hear it.
First off, he put as the founder and owner of MRE UNO and as a businessman, there's no doubt that you interact with many people on a day-to-day basis. Obviously, these people all have different personalities and sometimes conflicts arise. What are your top tips for conflict management and dealing with people in general?
Well, this is a great question, Tapir, and for conflict management, man, it's about, like I said, it's about that intuition. Reading the room is the most important thing I look at when it comes to conflict management or just dealing with people. Everyone's different. Some people are rubbed the wrong way when you say a certain trigger. Some people are rubbed the wrong way because of childhood, and it brings them back to a dark memory. Sometimes it's a good way, right? Sometimes people are rubbed the right way because you said something right, and it can diffuse the situation. It's a little crazy. Faber just asked me a question. I'll get to him. That's no problem with that. Regardless, though, I say it's appear the biggest thing for you, man, because I know you have to deal with this, and I'm sure with other leagues you run. Reading the room, you have to almost look at the people and just sometimes talk it out and say, okay, let them explain this. You know how in Uno, ammo control, for sure. Well, in this case, in conflict management, forget ammo control. You have to almost be controlled to the point where You let them make the first move, and then you almost listen. Listen in. See what they're saying. Pick up on a key word. So let's say me and Art were having he had a problem with scheduling, right? Okay, but why did they go wrong? You mentioned this. You mentioned that. You mentioned pick up. I always notice that. When Abia made a mistake, yeah, you mentioned that though. Hey, you weren't right with your emotions right there. What was going on there in that moment? You almost got to be a psychologist in a way. Does that make sense? You almost have to read the room, be a psychologist, and be trained about it for sure. You can go ahead and answer, buddy. Go ahead. Tapir.
Yeah, that's real good. Yeah, because I've kind of noticed when those conflicts do arise, and sometimes it's just irreconcilable because of both parties. But other times it's just a matter of talking it out and seeing what's going on. And then there's just a way that you can kind of manage that and settle it down. So yeah, I was just wondering on that because obviously you mentioned the UL thing. We've got a couple of problems, and then a couple other people that I don't need to be mentioned right here. Having some issues between them, but I was just wondering some tips there to be able to kind of fix that up. So appreciate that very much.
All right. I guess we'll go into the next question that Tapir asked, and he put, obviously we are well aware of the CPU issue that kept you out of commission for some time. Mm-hmm. How has this setback forfeited your strength and adversity and your overall belief that in the end all will work out fine?
Well, first off, fortify, not forfeit. I don't forfeit nothing. That's the only way you lose the game.
Fortify. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, that's a big. My bad. That's big. You don't want to say forfeit around here. Anyway.
My bad.
It's all good, buddy.
I'm like, wait a minute. Did I type that? I had to double check.
Okay, I made a mistake.
Nah, you're excused, bro.
You had me double checking it. Okay, all right, go.
It's 5 hours. I get it. I understand. It's a good 5 hours, though. Good 5 hours of your time. Look, Tapir, at the end of the day, man, it's a first world problem. It is 100% a first world problem. And that's the number one thing I think about, like the homeless guy, right? It's a first world thing. There are people that are looking for the next meal. So, the host hat, I have to be the PR guy. I have to say, oh, this sucks, right? Oh, no, blah, blah, blah. I gotta come up with a... Deep down, I take the host hat, I take the player, I take the character off. There's so many bigger issues in the world, man. This doesn't... Sometimes I even know those DMs where I'm saying, oh, it sucks. I have to play the host character. Now that this is the real KT, deep down, yeah, it sucks. Okay, does it suck? Sure. But is it the worst problem to have in the world? No. I'd rather have this than so other people go through that 100%, not finding their next meal or no roof over their heads. So I have a phone, I had an iPad, so it's alright, you'd be grateful for what you got. And it's really just, what's really taught me though this year, and obviously I went through a hellacious ton. Everyone knows here, well, not everybody, but a lot of people know what happened last year during Super League. I was going through a hellacious time. That really taught me a lot about my resiliency and adversity. So now I almost feel like I can conquer the world. That computer issue is nothing after what happened last year. But my belief that it always works out. Yeah, I always say it'll always work out. It usually does. Usually with how my projects are, it's going to work out. Unless you quit, it usually works out. You can ask Sandfer. I mean, how many times we had an issue and it all worked out in the end. They're a commission, really. They're a commission member. But yeah, man, I would say just it's fortified me. It's given me a newfound lease on life to have these problems and adapt and you move forward, right? You move forward and keep pushing for sure. Hope that answers, man, for sure.
Yep. Real good. Perfect. And that's true, right? There's so many more problems in the world too. So, 100%.
All right.
I got this one, buddy.
Oh boy, here we go.
This is the one we were all waiting for.
Thoughts on the drives, golf in general. Do you golf? What is your favorite golf course? Okay. I'm staying away from a golf course from a 10-foot pole. Messed up last year at a golf course for my issues. I didn't do anything wrong. That's how I got into the situation back in last May. But all joking aside, I do love driving though. Cars. I do like cars. I love racing. I love racing. I mean, I'm a big, in terms of that kind of driving. I enjoy it. I actually really enjoy that. But
just stay away from it. You just don't want to go near a golf.
When I was younger, I used to golf. Believe it or not, just mini putt. You're playing mini putt. Yeah, mini golf, mini putt. Yeah, I'm thinking putt party. Yeah, putt party fun. But I love golfing in terms of just playing mini golf. It's fun. What's that?
I said in terms of watching.
Yeah, I don't mind watching golf too. I watch golf as well. Major tournaments and some open regular tournaments I watch. I don't have a favorite golf course. I at least not locally. If I had to say of every course in the world, probably St. Andrews is probably up there. I would say in England. Of course, Augusta. You got Augusta. Augusta's good. Bethpage Black's really good.
That's a fun one.
That's a fun one. Where Brad's at? What is it? I forgot the course name. It's in Washington. Oakmont's good too. I forgot where Brad's at. I have to look it up. Hold on. That's a fun course. It was U.S. Open play there, 2015. It's 2015.
Pebble Beach?
Huh?
Did you mention Pebble Beach?
Chambers Bay. No, I didn't mention Pebble Beach. Is majestic though. Pebble Beach is good. But yeah, Chambers Bay is a really cool course because that's unique with the hills. Pebble Beach for sure. Marion's good. I actually play World Golf Tour online. I used to play that. I still play it once in a while. So WGT is a really good game to practice my golf.
Yeah.
So that's a good game I play. Tapir, you play a game or no?
No. Know about the memes now. No, I do darts and I do some golf. I just do the mini golf. I don't do the actual courses.
Yeah.
I do the darts. I do. Yeah.
This is more just online game. It's really fun. World Golf Tour. I don't play as usually.
Yeah.
What's that?
I said she's into darts. I know a guy.
Darts, yeah.
Smooth. I like it.
I love darts too, man. Darts is fun. Bullseye. You try to get the bullseye at 20 every time, but yeah, no, I would
180.
Pool's good too. I do like pool.
Oh yeah. Love that.
But no, all joking aside, yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind golf. Golf's a good sport. A lot of great courses in the world. Of course, like I said, Augusta, Chambers Bay, Pebble Beach for sure, Marion, Bethpage. I played them all. Oak Hill. Yeah, all those courses are fantastic. But yeah, I don't really. I don't personally golf like a 18. I don't play 18 or 9. I know Top Golf is a thing now, but even that, I don't mess with really, for sure. But the good questions, man, those were good. I do really appreciate the questions. Those are fantastic, for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks so much.
Appreciate you, Tapir. All right, Ard, we'll move it on.
All right, we'll go to the next question, and it's another guy who's in here, Yoshi.
All right, my brother.
And he put, I got the pleasure to meet you in person, and you are a great guy to be around. You've done a lot of things in your life as well, such as traveling and whatnot. As someone who's busy all the time, how important do you think those small amount of days to relax are? He put this in a couple of questions, so we'll start with that one first.
Well, the days I do have off, which are rare sometimes, the days I do have time to relax, though, I really just don't do much. I mean, usually if it's in the summer, I'm in my
you have a
pool.
day off?
What's that?
So I was gonna say you have days off.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. They're rare, man. They're rare. But in the summer, if I do it, you know what? It's not so much I have a day off. It's probably just gotta find an hour. That's my days off. Just an hour or two after a long day of doing whatever. That's my relaxation time. But the summer, I'm very busy. Even in the fall, I guess. But I don't know. I'm not. That's a good question. I'm not sure if I did have one. I probably wouldn't do much, honest to God. I mean, I probably, if it's in the winter, I probably would just. I don't even know, man. Yeah, I can't shut off, man. I can only shut off at night. Sandfer's right. I can only shut off at night. I can't shut off. I'm hard to shut off. I'm a shut off valve, but I can't shut me off.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know. That's tough for me. I'm not a guy to. Yeah, it's tough, man. I mean, balance though is important. I guess let me ask you this, man. Is that something you struggle with, maybe in your life, and how I can help you?
I guess like because like obviously the main question was like, it was just kinda, I mean, that one I was just kind of curious about, like your input. Like, do you think it's important for people to have days off like that? Like, because I feel like people like maybe think, oh, I need to work every day and work whatever, uh, not have days off. But I just wanted to hear what you would think about that. But I mean, I don't think I have that issue. Maybe sometimes like, I should take it easy in certain scenarios when I'm like taking something too seriously. Maybe I should just like maybe I'm studying for a little bit too long and I should take like a break.
Oh yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, no, definitely studying or yeah, I agree 100% on that. Take a break. It's very important to take a break and very important to have your burst of energy. Well, Sandfer, I mean, shoot, he went to college, man. He could tell you about burst studying for sure. But even in life, just important to cool your brain. It's important. I guess if I had to say that's when I get my days off, Sandfer. My ridiculous 9-hour sleep schedule, man. That's it. No.
Oh boy.
No. All joking aside, man. No. If I were to have a day off, I do have a couple. If I do have a couple, usually it's in the winter. The winter I'll have more days off because it's cold and got a Christmas party, so I'll go to something. Or there are some times where I'll see. Do not tell G. There are days where I'll just secretly just forego a stream and just take a personal day. But that's only in the summer. It's very, very rare. But I deserve a couple, right? When I won that March Madness, I went go-karting alone. Screw it. I just won March Madness. I'm taking a full day. I'm just gonna have fun. But yeah, I haven't been go-karting in a month. Actually, the last time I went was with you. So yeah, I gotta go back up there. Maybe next week I might go. We'll see. I'm on summer break. Might as well. But yeah, no, I don't know. Fridays are the one day I would say that if I'm kind of okay with taking a day because my team does a great job. Not you guys do a great job too. My other project team, my speaking and business, those guys do a great job as well. So that helps a little bit for sure. But good question, man. Did that answer it? Any follow up or is that satisfying?
Well, he had another thing. He put it's always important.
Yeah.
He put it's always important to find a balance in everything you do, but there are always something people overdo, such as being on the phone, eating a certain food, or staying up too late all the time. What's your advice on preventing people from overdoing anything as a whole?
Oh, that one I can give you advice on. That is something. Okay, so I work a ton, right? And even when I was worse when I was younger, if I didn't finish the damn thing, I forced myself to do it. I just couldn't. I couldn't turn off. Now I just turn on anything past 9:30, 10 o'clock. I'm done. I finally found it tough. I can't do any more work unless it's. The only time it's an exception is if it's a crunch thing, which is very rare, or we have those damn 6-nighters, 6 games a night in round 1. I got no choice because they're fast and furious. But I got to lie the sheets in. But for the most part, nah, it's I know I turn off, and I think your best advice for that was doom. What's the word? Doom scrolling or eating a served food. You got to cut it, man. That out of sight, out of mind. In a way, sometimes locking it up and putting it away. It sounds cliche, but sometimes just putting it away or unlocking a little bit of your potential right there is not the worst thing for sure. So maybe if you have a phone addiction or you like that chocolate every day or you stay up too late, start to set boundaries, right? Maybe start going to bed 20 minutes earlier a night, and eventually you can shave off 2 hours instead of going to bed. I don't know, let's say midnight, go to bed at 10. Find a sweet spot, for example. So yeah, just small things. Take small steps to alleviate those problems for sure. That help, buddy? Yoshi?
Yeah. No, that was a good answer for sure.
All right, we'll keep it rolling here with Charles Sandfer's favorite guy, Monkey Boy.
Yeah, it's Monkey who is next up for the fan mail, and here's what he put. What is the type of meal that is good for you before a game? Like, if you have a pre-game workout meal before an MRE UNO game, give us the 5-course meal on that. And if you want to explain how it can help you for a game, like maybe an example, a soup helps keep me warm and ready to play, like warming up.
Okay. There is a lot of problems with this question.
Yeah, I can see the problems there.
Okay, Charles Sandfer. Apparently, Monkey wants me to have that Wagyu and whatever at Drift's restaurant. He wants 5 of those.
That's
This man wants. I should tell Monkey, see Drip. That's the answer.
you want a 5-course meal, yeah.
Go to Drip. By the way, Drip's a great guy, man. He helped Sandfer. I actually mentioned in the interview tonight, but I don't know. I mean, okay. Here's the problem with this question.
What's the go-to meal?
Yeah, that's because think about it. If I just say because it depends what time you play. I mean, I played at 11 a.m. before. I played at 1. I played at 6. I played at 10. I played at. Unfortunately, I had to play a game at 9 a.m. and 11 p.m. I don't know. My go-to meal, it depends on the day. I guess if we're just going to say I got to play in the evening, I don't know. On game days, most game days I've had have recently been in the summer. I usually play in the morning. So in the morning, it's usually just a smoothie. But at night, I don't know. Salad for sure. It depends on the night. I have a different... Personally, my best nights of Uno is when it's grilled chicken night. It's grilled chicken, Thai style. God almighty. With some rice, sticky rice, corn, potato salad, fresh homemade. That's my favorite meal of all time. But yeah, I mean, I like to say wings but they're homemade, right? But I don't know. Let's just go with the wings and the Thai styles. That's a...
Well, it depends on when you play.
Yeah,
really.
there's too much loaded potatoes with that question. I get where he's coming from, but man, if I have a 5-course meal, you might as well call me Gordon Ramsay. I mean, at this rate, or Toaster Guy. Ask Toaster Guy a question. He has like 20-course meals. Jesus.
All right.
Actually, ironically, Drip DM'd me a question. We'll answer at the end too.
I know there's another person that also DM'd you a question.
Well, actually, you know what? Forget that before we get to his next non-question. Might as well just answer JT's question. You're not going to believe this question he asked me. I'm not even kidding. What would your ideal last meal be before it's all said and done?
Oh.
Or you know what that means, right? The last meal before you go to heaven.
Yeah, the last meal before they So this is basically asking if you were on death row.
This is crazy. Jay, I don't even want to think about that. That's the answer, man. That is a dark question, JT. Maybe that's why he's 0-4 this year.
Wow.
Been thinking about those crazy thoughts. All joking aside, I don't know. I didn't know JT was Grim Reaper tonight, but no. I guess Ghost Pepper Wings, right? That's only fitting. I will kill you. All right? No.
Another fun guy on the wings.
I don't know. If he means for dinner, I think he probably meant for dinner. If for dinner, like I said, salad, probably the move, or fish. You know, it's good brain food. I don't
Jeez, Tapir. Jeez, Tapir.
I can cook, yeah, sure.
My goodness.
I cook for my many wives, man. You didn't know?
Oh, brother.
Right, Sam?
Sorry, what?
I cook for my many wives, man. Of course.
What?
Oh, God. All right, next question.
All right, let's go to Dom. He has 2 questions.
All right, let's hear.
Here.
Bring him up. Oh, well, he doesn't come up. Never mind.
Nah,
He might. I don't know. He's getting more comfortable with it. Okay, yeah, that's good with me.
Okay, I guess he wants to come up, but he will not talk.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll say the questions here for KT. First off for Nam, he put, in your view, KT, is chasing your dream in life something you should hold on to no matter the obstacles, or do you believe that there comes a point when it's wiser to take a step back and be realistic about where life is leading you?
Okay. It depends where you are in life, and he's a 15-year-old young puppy. I mean, the dude has endless amount of free time, right? Nam is a great kid, a lot of free time. He needs to understand this too. Because he's got so much time, I wouldn't even consider worrying about figuring it out now. And shoot, man, everyone's on a different race. You know, some guys have it figured out when they're 15, but or at least they think they have it. But in reality, even everything I got going on right now personally, you think I have every answer in the book? No. If I had every answer in the book, then I'm the Messiah, right? I'm ascending, but no, I don't have every answer. You shouldn't hold on to it forever if it's unrealistic. But at the same time, I would chase it, man. I believe it or not, this is when if you have something you want to shoot for, you're so young, try it out for 5 years. You got so much time to play with, right? And if you feel you're realistic enough in your endeavors to where you can play with it, you're secure in life as a man and emotionally and financially and intellectually, why not go for it? Now, maybe after 5 years, let's say you get to my age or I don't know, Ard's age, and you're not passionate about it anymore, and you feel like you want to take a different direction. That's great. There's nothing wrong with taking a direction, man. Hell, Colonel Sanders didn't figure out KFC till he was 60s, right? You know what I'm saying? He didn't figure it out till he was in his 60s. You have time. And the way modern medicine, the way modern longevity works, man, you know, people are living past 100. There's a lot of people I know that are in their 70s, man, 80s, that look good as ever. They're in their pass off as 50-year-olds. You know, so you have time, right? And I think that's the beauty of life. You have time, and it's on your side for real. That's that one song, Time is on your side. Anyway, I'm not going to sing it. But point is, time's on your side. I don't want you chasing right now because you're such a young kid. You're a smart kid, bro. 100%. And I'd say the next 5-6 years, just chase it and see where it goes. And if you have to change and pivot, there's nothing wrong with that for sure. that answer that, buddy? Feel free to type it out if you have anything you want to say. I know. But I mean, Sandfer. I mean, yeah, you got you. Okay. Oh, we'll wait for that. He has another question, right? You do, yes.
Yeah, he has one more question.
I'll read this one off. I got it.
Yeah,
From
read this
Nav
one.
to KT. KT, as AI continues to advance at an explosive pace, where do you see it taking us in the future for helpful, companion, powerful, or something between? Yes, and yes. Okay. It is absolutely a helpful companion, 100%. I have seen it firsthand. I don't use it much. I know ChatGPT, other chat bots exist. Well, I've seen it. I've been to speaking events where that's one of the biggest. It's the number one topic right now. In probably the whole world, AI. And to me, I'll always say it, and it'll forever be my stance on it. And we need to find a balance, but not everyone sees it that way. I get it. Personally, it's becoming a powerful threat, but at the same time, we really should strive for something in between. That's just my belief. I get why companies use it. I get why companies have it. Because in the short term, it's going to hurt, right? Financially, companies are going to use it, and it's going to hurt in the short term. Anytime you introduce new technology or you bring in new weapons, per se, it's going to cost you more. Anything new is going to cost you more. But over time, it's going to outlive the wage growth of a human. So, in a way, for a company, I get why I do it. But at the same time, cost cutting and budgets, that's all up to the CFO, man. The CFO makes that decision with AI. From a humanistic level, though, where does it leave this generation? I don't know. Because, I was talking with Zak 103 and Lamas about this, and they're big graphics kind of creatives, right? But even Lamas and Zak both admit that AI is damn good, man. It's damn good. It can recreate things in a second. And it can be pretty spot on. Right? And there's a lot of industries that unfortunately are getting hurt by it. And I understand it's part of the evolution, though. If you think about the Industrial Revolution, a lot of industries were starting to get obsolete because of an industry, right? And it's the same thing. Through human history, you have to go through the wavelengths of things that become obsolete and things that are emerging market versus obsolete market. I get it. This is going to be an ongoing thing, though. I don't know what the future's going to hold on this. It's only going to get more powerful. It's only going to get more introspective. It's only going to get more insightful. It's only going to be the more you feed it, the more it's going to be a big thing. I mean, Sandfer was. I think you watched IndyCar last week. Alex Palou, right? I'm pretty sure he was sponsored by OpenAI. So, yeah, you're a fool to not accept it, but you're also inclined, and also to your right, to your opinion, to also say, hey, you know what? It's a threat. You have to admit. You have to call it like it is. It's a threat. It's an absolute threat. But at the same time, if you use it for the right resources, it's going to be helpful. It's just, unfortunately, we live in a society that's very polarizing, and when they see it, they don't like it because, it's going to take my job. Yeah, but I think about this back in the Industrial Revolution, when we had the industry plants, what jobs did it take away? Right? And before AI even existed, the newspaper industry was dead. Right? There's shoe polishing is now. You don't see many shoe, but there's a lot of it's a cycle. It's a cycle of life, unfortunately, and this will be another cycle. I'm not, like I said, it's only going to get better and more proactive in the next 5 years. So, yeah, I expect it to be a powerful threat, but I hope we can at least find an existing thing. Does anyone have any thoughts on that too? I know Tapir, you're unmuted. Did you have your typing? You have any thoughts on that? If you want to answer, go ahead.
I wish that AI slop wasn't as big of a thing on YouTube as it is.
Yeah, Google search engine with the AI, see that coming up. ChatGPT. I mean, there's a lot, man. It's only gonna get better. refined, more polished. You have to accept it. It's just, what are you gonna do? The only way to really stop it is just try to go into a recession. Foolproof industry. I still think you need doctors, but you're always going to have AI in the back end. You AI calling, and it's only going to get better, right? So, in my humble opinion, just kind of accept it and hope to find a happy medium for sure. Maybe
I will say also AI, we're taking away the jobs over for like
yeah, like teaching. I think you still need teachers for sure.
Well, yeah.
You still need certain.
AI is taking away jobs when it comes to fast food industry.
Yeah. So, did that answer that? No. Hope that answered. See what he says, but yeah, like I said, AI is it's a hot topic. Yeah, it's still send me the backup file just in case. I'm at 4 hours 40 minutes right now. I'm recording. But thank you, buddy. Appreciate the question. All right, we'll go to not short.
Yeah.
Never mind.
No, we forgot somebody else. You skipped a couple people.
No, he just joined the chat for a minute. I thought he was coming in.
All right.
Never mind.
I guess we'll go to our next person. It's Pack Watch Johnson.
Pack Johnson, my man, tournament winner. Pack Watch. Can you believe it?
Yeah. He put, in your opinion, KT, what are the key elements of having a successful business, whether it's this, Discord, or MRE? What would you say was your main drive or goal that kept you on track to make them a reality?
All right, let me text Pack. Answering now, boss. Will send recording. Yeah, no. All this one's easy, man. This is probably one of the easiest answers in my humble opinion for this one. Successful, anything to be successful in, it's all about just passion. I mean, I've said this one. It's just the passion. I'm just passionate about what I do. And if you have that passion, you have that energy to do whatever, and anything you do in life, you're just gonna go far. So, thanks, Ray. I got your question. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's pretty large. It's okay. But yeah, no, I'd say passion art. It's a no-brainer. The passion is just fantastic. I'm very passionate in what I do, so that's probably the number one key element. And then, of course, after that is showing up to the program and being alert and attentive. That's about it, for sure. Nothing really to it.
Yeah, pretty much what you've been saying with some of these ones, so it makes a whole lot of sense.
For sure. And the next question
is your buddy, Cody Lamas.
Oh, God.
He put, what's the gate code to get into your fancy gated community you live in?
Oh, my God.
Uh-oh.
The gate code, Cody, is come and find out.
Oh, you don't want us getting in there?
Would you really want everybody? I don't know. I love you guys, but some of you guys, could you imagine? I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble. Some of these guys in here would be. Could you imagine Monkey? Could you imagine Monkey? Hey, KT, you got any soup, man? Oh boy.
Oh
boy.
No.
Not the soup.
Not the soup. Oh. All right, makes sense.
That's a funny one. Honest to God, I don't live in it. But you know what I will say, though? I will say, not even trying to cap here, I do actually live on a small cul-de-sac where I'm on my own island as my house. My house is on an island. I don't really have any neighbors on top of me, so I guess it's for something. I don't really know.
That's a little something.
I'll get your
Not
question.
too much.
Red, listen, I'll answer anything, man. You're good. Yeah, absolutely, man. You'd probably be asking me about my Lambo and, you know, my secret wives, my yeah. God almighty. Well,
all right.
I mean, I pretty much answered Nat Short's question then. Where do you hire butlers? I don't have one.
Oh, brother.
So I'll respond back with this GIF with him.
Oh boy.
Did you call? That's an easy one. And then for Lamas, where's the let me in one? There it is. Let me in. Classic.
All right, well, let's move on to our next person.
Let's get to the next serious one. Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go to Christian Tagoe.
Right.
And he puts, as someone who tends to enjoy the little things in life, what are some of the little things in your life that you are grateful for?
Oh, this is a great question, man. This is a good little question. I like this one. I'm grateful, man, for family. I'm grateful for God. I'm grateful for you guys. I'm grateful for my health. I'm grateful for just everything, man. Just guard my garden, even when tomatoes are being planted. You know, when they grow to be up, and I can eat them well and save a little money there. And yeah, man. I mean, that is a great question. I'm grateful for anything, really. Shoot, this interview, giving you guys a wealth of knowledge. I can't thank everyone enough, for real. There's no doubt that the little things matter, and I just appreciate it. I just ladybug, a lightning bug, anything, just anything that falls on my shoulder. It's just you appreciate it and you keep moving forward. So yeah, I'm grateful for the little things, the beach, my pool, whatever, just small things. Come on, man. Good one, Art. But yeah, that's what I'd say, man. Just everything, really. Just the small things, for sure. Anything, really.
All right, yeah. Okay, I guess those small things in life. So, there are some things that are good about them, and you want to cherish those. You want to cherish those, so it's always good to appreciate those things. Well, let's go to the next person, and it's Geo.
My media man, what's going on?
He put, have you ever felt like your life has no direction, or that you couldn't turn it the way you wanted to, no matter how hard you tried? And how did you make the change, if so?
Yeah, this one, I could tell this one might be a little bit similar to Leah. He might be going through some. I do talk to Gio once in a while. Look, man, and I'll say this to him, answering here. We'll send recording and DM. I would say to him, man, or to anybody, if you're just struggling to go through it, just remember everyone's on their own path, man. Everyone's on their own race, you know. There are guys that have God figured out at 20, but in 2 weeks or even 2 months or even 2 years, they might have figured it out, but they gotta change. You don't know what tomorrow's gonna bring, and as I said on this interview before, just take every day with a grain of salt. Take it as a gift. It's okay, man. No one hasn't figured it out right now. Trust me. It's just. Yeah, I just personally think that kids that are 18, 19, 20, 15, 16, 17, even, I'd really say from, let's face it, from 5 to really 25, those 20 years are your time to develop and learn, man. Right? And then once you get to my age, and I'm going to say Sandfer, I know people call him Unk, but whatever. It's just Sandfer's age and Seth's age and Fitzwater. You'll start to experience more life. You'll start to experience it because the old adage, right? Life doesn't start till you're 30.
You get to 30 without having had at least one of those points at some.
Yeah. I think by 30 you'll find direction, but at the end of the day, make those small progress and incremental gains every year to progress something further is important. So it's a good question, but at the end of the day, I'll talk to him privately on that more. I think a lot of people are like that nowadays, though. Ard, you gotta think, because AI is coming and they're worried, and that could be more of a personal one. I'll talk to him about, but I would say for anybody, just like we said tonight, a little BIR, budget, invest in, respect and be resourceful of your time, and you'll be all right. Sure.
Yeah, I get that. All right, we got one more person left who sent a fan mail, and it's Red. He sent 4.
I'll answer it, man. Don't worry about it. You're good.
He sent 4 questions.
It's all right, man.
So we'll start off with this first one. We'll do it one at a time. So first thing he puts is that he'll be starting his first year at university this September. Any advices on how to balance out the studies and put in late on work and in life, as well as his relationships with people, which includes family, current and old classmates, IRL, colleagues, online friends in Discord or other places, etc.
Well, it's a new environment at the end of the day. And you're going to be in France, right, Red, to confirm? You'll be in France, so you're going to be away from home. Okay. You've had experience now. You were just in France. You were already away from home. You kind of get that little taste of it. I'd say the new environment, man, comes with just new challenges and new beginnings. You almost take it as a learning experience, right? Don't overpressurize yourself. Don't freak out. What's the point? It's going to become more of a easier time when you get to, I guess, middle of the semester, because you'll start to get the workload right. You'll start to get your bearings right of the culture. I'm sure you're taking a French class. I'm sure. Maybe right now it's not easy, but you'll start to feel at home and comfortable as you go abroad. Right, and you know what? Learn from them. There's a reason why they have. Think about it. There's a reason why you got 2, man. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth. As I always say, take your time. No need to rush it. Learn and go from there for sure. Because it's not easy, but at the end of the day, it's part of the game in anything. And whether you get to a new job or a new portion of life, it's all a new environment, and you go from there. So I would say just take it with a grain of salt. Take every new chapter as a blessing, and as I told you, it's a gift. So study and learn along with them. They're in the same boat as you. Those French students, they're in the same boat as you to learn you too. Just as much as you learn them, they learn in you. So there's nothing wrong with asking questions and being a part of the culture, for sure. Hope that helps, buddy. Can you hear that, by the way? You can hear that answer? Right?
I will say, in terms of life and school balance, I would say have one night a week where you're is set aside as being a work night and have one night set aside as hobbies. You should be able to figure out where some of your hobbies are located, whether it's on campus or off campus, and you can usually have at least one night set aside. Mine, when I was in college, was one night a week I was bowling.
Yeah. You had that hobby week, man, for sure. I mean, I guess I'll go to Yoshi. You want to help Red out a little bit? You just got done with your first year of college. You want to help out? New environment? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think like I don't know what type of person you are. I'm definitely more like it's hard for me to like just go up to someone I've never seen before and introduce myself and whatnot. I it I think that's if you one of the big things is like you meeting new people, but it's easiest to do that when you're in a comfortable state. And I feel like one of the easiest ways to do that, I guess, like kind of jumping off what Sandfer said, is like if you go to like some events or clubs that interest you, then there's a common ground there, and people that are also active in those clubs or events, you could find ways to talk to them, and make friends in that sense. And I feel like once you have at least a friend or two, that's at least someone to talk to, who's kind of in a similar position to you, and you can like bounce off of each other if you have same classes, or if you just have anything you want to talk about. Um, I feel like having someone like that is good. Even if you start off small, only have like one or two friends. There's really nothing wrong with that. Um, some people get friend groups pretty early, but some don't. I wouldn't say I have a friend group. I mean, I feel like I have one close friend and then a couple of others, but that's about it. Um, so like, yeah, I think just take things slow. Don't be, if you uh I feel like if things are a rough start and you don't do very well, then that's not the end of the world, because I mean, at least from my perspective, the professors are there to like help you. So if you're struggling, they'll be there to make sure that you can figure it out and over time get better. But yeah, let me see. You said yeah, yeah, no, I mean, like, if you're very passionate about like a sport you play or a music you listen to, and you see that someone is also in that same vein, then that's an opportunity to talk to them about it and introduce yourself. I don't know, just yeah, yeah, I think yeah, video games too. I feel like if there's a gaming club, you can kind of see that easily. You could see that more easily, but uh you know, I feel like, yeah, like if you just want to, yeah, no, that's not a bad idea for sure. I think Geometry Dash is relatively popular. I mean, I don't have much else to say. Okay, is KT here?
KT.
You got me. I lost service for a second. You're good.
Oh no.
All right.
I heard everything. I just cut out for a minute. You're good. Next question. I'm sorry.
All right, we'll go to the next question. He put the other day when he mentioned up in D2, you said this: you need to learn to see each day as a gift. However, life is a journey, and there will be ups and downs. As someone with more life experience, how have you managed to enjoy life despite the difficult times?
Well, I'm not gonna really get into that whole. I've already publicly discussed this with him tonight about the mistakes he's made on scheduling. I'm not gonna be a dead horse here. That's not what we're here to do. But look, man, at the end of the day, I only said that because I just don't know what tomorrow's going to bring, right? And you just got to enjoy life. But back to the second part of the question, it's a good question. All things considered, I mean, I've had difficult times in my life, but I think back to the greater good, man. The great times I've had, right? The fact that I have a roof over my head, the shelter, food on the table, and I'm in a very good position, man. I think about all the good things I've done in my life and the projects I've built, and I can't really not be grateful for what I have. So I say for you, my biggest advice for you on life experience is think about a time of reflection. Tapir mentioned it. Take a little bit of a reeval, man. Reevaluate that. Evaluate what you enjoy in life, and if when you go through a difficult time, you don't lose sight of that. Take a time to have a day of relaxation, as Sandfer said. Find a geometry dash club, or find a little a group that you can relate to. It's important, right? But as you said, it's a journey. Not every day is the same. There's no such thing as linear days in this world, and I trust you'll figure it out, man. Don't be afraid to make mistakes and mess up. Because the only way you lose in life is if you quit. That's it. If you mess up, that's not losing. That's learning. When you win, that's great. But when you mess up and when you lose, quote unquote, is learning. There's no such thing as losing. It's learning. So I expect you to just do your thing, really. I mean, I try new things, be experimental, and when it gets down a little bit, when life gets down, think about the things that bring you peace. Think about your family, man. Your family can bring you peace. You can always call them up. Sure, it'll be a 6-hour time difference, but you find time to make time for them if you can on your busy schedule, right? And just enjoy. That's really the best advice I can give. Now we're getting into the point where Tapir, Yoshi, myself, Ard, I feel like now we're starting to repeat ourselves because a lot of this information has been really good for sure. And
yeah, I think that's
but the thing with that, with the difference between life, like Uno and life, is the hands you get in life are not going to be good, right? Of course. But in life, you really can't be happy if you put yourself in a bad situation, or you put yourself in a situation where you're in trouble. You can't be happy with the hand you got then, because you built that hand, you made that hand. And so in that case, it's a hard lesson hand to learn. And you don't want to end up down in a bad ditch, right? In a hole. So try to almost say, okay, how do I establish the hand and get a winning hand from the get-go in life? Whereas Uno, yeah, I agree. That's a good mindset for that. Just work with the hand. That's great for the game, but for life, it's a completely different thing. It's a little different for sure.
Yeah,
not easy. I get it's not easy to build, and it goes into your last. This is the last question I'm answering for tonight because I'll be honest, man, I'm shot. During my 4 months in France from March to June, as I mentioned earlier, I could barely cook, eat out 60%. University canteen low cost is €3.3 a meal. That's a year, not euro. That's euro, right? Yeah,
I think that's euro.
Yeah, I was gonna say euro. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay, so that's euros.
Yeah, I was thinking Swiss franc for a minute, but that's euro. So €3. Okay, good. Yeah. I figured. I know you guys use it. I've been to France. It's just late at night for me. I'm sorry.
We've been going at this for about 5 hours.
Yeah. More than that. So basically, other fellow needs in class invited me to learn how to cook. So I can my first ask the cook is one of the ways to change food. Yeah, you teach them. You too. Yep.
Ooh.
This is a tough question. Okay. Honest to God, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. In Vietnam and Asia, it's easier to go out to eat. Why? Because street food exists. See, in Asia, that's the one thing I will say, and I've been that is the best, man. Street food, cheap, good. I would prefer eating out every day. I mean, in Vietnam, dude, I don't eat fried chicken. Hell no. I don't eat it much at all. But when I go over there, I do eat it. I eat it for breakfast sometimes because it's cheap and it's good. It's there's something different about it. It's authentic. So I kind of have a cheat diet over here when I'm overseas because it seems more fresher and authentic, the food, for sure. And it's cheap, but it's good. It's good quality. In Europe, though, you're going to have to... Yeah, oh yeah. Not even, man. Pho, you could probably get it for 50 cents. I'm not even kidding. In certain street food places, 50 cents. Big bowl of pho. 100%, $1. But in France, yeah, it's... I would say... Try to find mom and pop French shops, man. I'm not sure. Because like I said, Euro's usually 1-to-1 with the rates. I don't know. My best advice, man, go on TripAdvisor or any of those travel apps. And honest to God, there's a search toggle bar. I have to teach you this. There's a search toggle bar. And I remember going to, I went to Lake Como, Italy. You think, oh boy, game over, right? That's expensive. But we were on tour. And my sister found this mom and pop shop. I kid you not. It was in Lake Como, rich place. But we found this mom and pop store, or restaurant, that was actually someone's home. Oh my God, best food in the world. It was someone's home. Grandma and Grandpa invited me to their home in Italy. And the food was cheap, man. I think we had a family of 4 for like $30, $40, if that. In Lake Como, forget about it. That's a deal. Right. So I would definitely go to like a TripAdvisor or something and try to find the best restaurants for cheap. For sure. That's going to help you a lot. I'll teach you that if you need. Because you can't go out every night, man. What's up, boys? You can't go out every night in France. It's just hard. Hey, you know what? Well, you don't have to live in Paris, right? You can just, wherever you're at, wherever city, try to find some local areas where it's cheaper. But, use your tools. But, yeah, that's good. You already got the B, right? You got the budget right there. Now you got to invest the time in doing some research. That's it. The IR, and you'll be good. So yeah, man, good goal to have in mind. $300, and yeah, I mean, maybe talk to someone in the area who talk to your mates, and what's a good hangout spot to eat, right? That they can help. Advice on cooking. Well, Sandfer, I guess I'm a chef now, right?
Recipe cooking. Start with some basic stuff like pastas.
Yeah, I mean it's France, so you definitely
start. I would say maybe even just start with stuff that just comes with instructions, and then start experimenting. Once you learn how to do that, then you can start experimenting from there.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Cooking is really just throwing it and mixing ingredients, and it's not hard. It just takes time.
And whenever I cook pasta, I start off with a pasta sauce, and then I just always throw in a bunch of spices.
What is hard though, Red, and I do not recommend this, is baking. Baking is very hard because you gotta really be listening to the instructions of baking. But cooking is just mixing ingredients, really. Microondas? You meant microwaves? Microwave, that's right. Yeah, I got you. I get it. Microondas, okay, alright. Okay. Yeah, I mean, pastas for sure. I don't know, Red. You should know this well. It's easy to cook rice, bro. Got a rice cooker. I mean, that's not hard to cook. I do love cooking my rice. It's a staple. You'll figure it out. Yeah. Dude, you can make rice is the staple, man. You can make so many dishes with rice. You can literally buy some chicken or ground beef and make a solid puck a pound, man. Or some fried rice or some. I gotta hook you up. You gotta talk to me, man. I can help you out with that for sure. For sure. I got you. All right. I think that's it, though, man. I'm about to crash.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna.
Hey, listen.
I don't think.
I want to thank Ard, man, for real though. The last question was the hidden talents. Listen.
Yeah, any other hidden talents?
I don't. Shoot. I don't even know, man. I mean, I have some. I don't even know. I can jump really high. I like breakdancing. I like to breakdance a little.
That's interesting.
Karting I like. Streaming podcasting. I don't know, man. I probably would know more if it wasn't midnight.
Yeah, it's midnight for you.
Yeah, I want to thank Luke, bro, for staying up that late. Red, Dom, Tagoe, Tapir, Tapir, you can unmute, man. Thank you guys for sticking with that. This was a long one. I really hope you guys learned a lot, though, man. This was fun. This was
a lot of fun. Here's the thing. I'll say this: when this was announced, I knew this was going to be a lot of fun, and we were going to learn a lot of stuff. This exceeded my expectations. Really, there was a lot more than I had expected.
Yeah, man. Thank you. I'm going to pause the recording, and if this does go to YouTube, I want to thank all the YouTube audience for listening, and hope you guys enjoy a 5-hour 11 interview. What a show. Appreciate you guys, and have a good night.